YouTube alternative.
Welcome back, fellow Scrubs. This is Mark D. Wiz, host of the Game Dev Scrubs, and we're working on Pocket Fighter EX today, which is a community-based game, not endorsed or connected to Capcom or SNK. I have to click the damn things manually because my little control panel thing broke and doesn't connect anymore, and I don't know why. So I gotta reach over and hit the button every time. That's fine. Typically I don't have to hit it after the intro, so until the very end. But hey, how's everybody doing today? It's after Christmas. Hopefully everybody had a very merry one. And we're gonna work on probably giving Ken the rest of his pants. It's really bugging me. So we changed, oh, I should switch to Ken so you can see it, right? Instead of being Ryu. We still got the Christmas colors going. Look, I don't take down Christmas decorations right away. I think once you take Christmas decorations down, winter turns into a depressing, awful, dead kind of affair, and I don't like that. So I keep the Christmas decorations up longer than most people. But we were giving Ken his not torn gi. You can see that when he's crouched, they're ripped, but when he's standing, they're not ripped anymore. So I wanted to finish that process. It's kind of weird, because it just, whenever he does a move, it like, his clothes just magically tatter. I don't know, it's funny to me. When this game will make it in Evo, yeah, not likely there. I mean, there are side tournaments, but I don't know if they would even allow a fan game. I might be flying a little too close to the sun, right? Yeah, you'd never see it on stream, at least. I don't think Capcom would appreciate, or SNK would appreciate fan games of theirs being run at a tournament scene. I don't know. I'm not sure how they would really feel about that. I think, like, if you ran a little online tourney, I don't think they'd be mad about it, but definitely not like Evo. It's just flying a little too close to the sun there, right? It'd be like, what the hell? Who's this guy think he is? But I'm actually very excited to see how people play this competitively, and obviously that's what I'm putting in, you know, all this work into getting the online working, which I'm working on the other window here. This is my test character for my rollback systems. That's actually Lena from Hamster Drop. She was an unused character. She didn't get completed in time to be included. So I typically use her as a testing character for other stuff. Actually, if you want to see, oh, you know what? It's not going to compile right now. I'm in the middle of like reprogramming part of it. Ah, shoot. Well, let's see. Do we have? Hold on. Yeah. Do we have a build? I could show you the animation test I was doing. Let's see. I don't know if I have a build, but if I do, then it should show you the stuff. Let's see. Because I remember I was doing some builds because there were some issues with it that only happened in release. Let's see. Fix animator test. Is that it? Oh, you don't see anything now. Okay, this is an old build. This one doesn't show anything here. All the animation was numerical at that point. So when you animate in, like computer animation is basically just math, if that makes any sense. So you didn't see anything there because the numbers were getting manipulated behind the scenes. So you can actually, in Unity, even in base Unity, you can animate like here's my test components. So I had like my integers, long, float, bool, like all these data types can literally just be animated on a timeline. That's really all you're doing here. See, you can even see that here with the labels on here. I'm changing the numbers. If I scroll through the timeline, see how it's changing the numbers? Well, I guess you can see the preview of what the test animation looks like. Unity will play it. It's not playing deterministically here, but I'm using Unity to track all the changes, and then the deterministic playback engine plays back all the changes. So you see it's all wacky and weird and changing colors. So I'm testing all these different, you know, features to make sure that they're animating correctly. And it's coming along pretty all right. I'm currently working on getting the animation events here. So I have an event test method and an event test second method, and so those will fire off, and that way I use them for like would reuse Dungeon, right? I mark on the animation using events when the well, hold on. I guess I'm not playing as Ryu anymore. That's alright. I'll just open his animation file and show you what I mean. Animation events are really super powerful. So let's see. I think they're Hadoken Dungeon Charge. Yeah. And so here, so this opens the window for releasing early, and then this one plays a voice clip. This one enables the cancel, the backdash cancel on that frame. And here, change Hadoken or charge Hadoken set level 2. That's how the game knows when the level 2 one is ready to fire instead of the level 1. And yeah, and then it creates an effect and plays a sound effect. Then here, at this point, 53 frames into the animation, that's when the guard breaker one is active. So if you release at this point, then it knows level 3. And that's how events are very, very helpful for this. They're used for sound effects, you know, they're used for spawning additional effects, and all sorts of other stuff. Hey, who's that? Don Chris 5619. Well, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. So those are a very crucial part of how the animation works, at least in my engine. I try to put as much stuff into the animation as possible because it's so much easier to change something like this than to change like code, right? So I don't have to recompile anything. It just works. And I find that very useful. I think that's the kind of the way to go for a game that's so heavy on animation. You know, you want to put as much as you can into the timeline here, and it's so very flexible. I really, really like it. But I have to make that GGPO compatible, and Unity's not out of the gate. Out of the gate. I'm tripping up on my words here. So that's where I have to reprogram the animation player. I'm going to let Unity handle animation editing, because it does a good job of that. But I just need to play it back in a way that GGPO can work with, and save state and load state and all that fun stuff. And that's what I'm currently working on. And so I've gotten to the point where the animation plays, but the curves don't work yet. And that's like, you won't see it in this one. But if you're trying to move the character, so let's see Shinshoryu can. We'll do the one that misses. So notice like he'll. Okay, hold on. He's got to be on the other side. It's a little weird when he's on that side. So when he does the animation upward, like that's run by a curve, and a curve is like changing the. Well, you can see it here. It's exactly what it is. You see him going up and down, and you make that nice and smooth. I'm not animating every single frame for its position. That would be a nightmare. Instead, I'm giving it a curve to follow, so that it goes up and down. And this is the y-axis. This is the one up and down, and then you have a curve for the x, which just moves forward, but then, you know, it kind of stalls out there. That functionality is not working yet. I'm working on that one after doing the events. But the ability to get the data, you know, in the timeline, all that's working. Right now it just moves like one number to another without doing the curve. It'll just be like a straight addition from one point to another. Well, I just shadow following him instead of staying on the ground because the animation, when it's active, it will turn off certain code in the background. So the shadow system is deactivated in this case. But if I release him from that, then you'll see the shadows work all right. Hey, and now they're working again. They're kind of like inactive during certain states. I can detect in the game when the animator in the animation editor is active, and I turn off certain features because they would actually interfere with it. So one of the reasons for that, why the shadow specifically is like that, is because when you jump and stuff, the shadow is automatically updating its own position based on your position and also the ground position. But that will interfere with the animator, or the animation editor, because if you're trying to do something with the position of this object during the animation, its automatic like setting of position will start screwing with the animator, and either it'll start recording that information, or there was something. The issue was either that it was recording that information and then you don't necessarily want that all the time, or it was interfering with some offset I was giving it. It just makes it easier to turn it off in that particular case. Well, it looks goofy, but you know, it is what it is. Now I can technically animate characters even when it's off or not playing. So if I go to fighters here, we'll open Ryu, right? I don't remember if this works fully anymore, but sometimes it has issues when it's not on, like with the hitboxes specifically. Like the hitboxes don't exist when you're not playing. So that's kind of an issue. I tried to make them sort of exist, but Unity gets really weird about like caching whole game objects. So if I try to like instantiate a hitbox, and then say if I like refresh and I'm like, oh, I only want 5 hitboxes instead of 10, and it tries to delete it and it has like a huge fit about it. Maybe we need a bunch of other Christmases at the end of every winter month. You know, I would be 100% down for that. I would actually be alright if Christmas, like, obviously, you kind of can't move Jesus' birthday, I guess. I don't know. But, like, say in an alternate timeline, alternate universe, we had Christmas, like, near the end of winter. So you had all this time with pretty lights and all that stuff to get you through the dead, awful, just dying-looking parts of winter, right? And then you had a big, huge payoff at the end. And then everybody would keep their lights on until the damn snow's gone. How about that? I would love that. Just have, like, Christmas at the end of February or something like at the beginning of March. I would love that. I would keep them up all winter long if it wouldn't make me the weirdo. So let's look at that Shoryuken one again. Yeah. Oh yeah, you see the shadows still there. But yeah, you can see everything doing their thing in real time. The only thing you can't do is update the hitboxes here. The reason why they're yellow is because it's like, we don't see this. Yeah, see, it's a component is missing. It doesn't know where it is because it doesn't exist yet. So the, they already did? Who already did? Think I'm a weirdo? Okay, fair enough, right? Yeah. Thank God it's not X3 or X4 music. You having flashbacks from last night? Tim apparently hates both Mega Man X3 and X4 now. He's very, very frustrated with them. He doesn't like them anymore. They already moved Jesus' birthday. Yeah, I know that there's something about that, right? Where, like, get PTSD. Yeah, I'm not sure the exact specifics of it, but it's something like, you know, we celebrate the birthday in December, but it's not really in December. I'm not sure the specifics. To me, it doesn't make a huge difference, I guess. You know, one way or another, you're still celebrating it, so it's fine, as far as I'm concerned. I know the whole thing, like, well, there was no snow in an activity scene, like, why? I don't know, does it even snow in the Middle East during winter? Like, where they were? I don't know. There's a whole bunch of questions you can have for that kind of thing. But I am not a biblical scholar, nor am I a historian, so I don't know the answer to either of those. Sadly, Dr. Light didn't build a PTSD armored part. Yes, he did. It's called the Ultimate Armor, the Nova Strike that's invincible to everything. You don't have to worry about the game at that point. You just keep hitting L2 and you're ready to go. Or whatever the button is. I always put it to like L2 or L1. I like X4. X4 is real fun. Need an animus. Yeah, right. Find out the true history. I don't know. Yeah, to me, it doesn't make a terrible big difference. I get that they wanted to like coincide it with well, hold on. Hold on. My glasses are stuck in my hair. I pushed them up so I could rub my eyes, but they got tangled. Okay. Alright, there we go. Yeah, I guess like the previous holiday, like they already celebrated a holiday in Rome. That was like the progenitor of Christmas, and I think they're just kind of attached to Jesus' birthday onto it or something. It's something like that. I don't know the specifics, but so I guess they just moved some dates around. I don't know, whatever. I just really don't care so much. It's fine. I don't think it's a big deal. It would be nice to know the actual date and the actual time, but whether we celebrate it on the actual time, I don't know if it really makes much difference. I mean, everybody who believed it was in December already, like, is it killing them? You know, to know one way or another? I don't think so. The point is that we do it at least once a year anyway. Or the people who don't even use the religious component of Christmas, they don't give a shit. Anyway, yeah, I just wanted to show you that you can see the animation while it's not playing, but the hitboxes are out. I would actually really prefer if I could just animate it like this without having to turn the game on, because you kind of have to make sure the characters are far enough apart, because even when the animator is running, you can get the players bumping into each other and kind of messing each other up. But I haven't figured out a good way to do that yet, unfortunately. But it is what it is. It's fine. Let's see. What else did I have to say about this part here? I guess that's it. Animation is cool and fun. How about that? There you go. Closing thoughts. Animation cool and fun. And I'm working out on those curves, because if you don't have the curves, it will just kind of like move from one point to another. So if you're like moving a position, right? You'll just move from A to B like in a straight line, and it won't gradiate the movement at all. There won't be any smoothness. So like animators will know what I mean when I say like easing in, easing out. Like making it like where Ryu jumps really hard at first, but then he gradually loses momentum. That's the easing part of the animation, and it just makes it so much easier to do that. Otherwise, you would have to plot every single frame. You would have to plot the position and where it's supposed to go, and then if you change one, you've got to change all the others, and it's a massive time sink to do something like that. You just want to have the curve do it for you, and then it pre-calculates what each step, is at that point in time. So you could say, oh, I want to move to this point in the timeline on the animation, and then it'll look at the two nearest positions and then use the curve like a formula to figure out, oh, okay, well, where exactly is that position actually going to be? And it's a really neat system. I really like the way that works. I had to learn a lot to kind of figure that stuff out, but definitely is going to work in the long run. And the other way you could do it is you could play the animation and record, through Unity's non-deterministic one, and then record every position, every frame, and then play that back instead. And that would work, but it takes a lot of time to cache that kind of stuff, and it's just kind of a messy system overall. Also comes with other issues too, so I want to spend the extra time to do it right, and then from then on, it will just work, and it will work really well, and I won't have to worry about it. So I'll be happy with that once that's all working. But it is quite a lot to learn to do a system like that, and it does have some of its own drawbacks, but those are more technical in terms of like memory management and efficiency and all that stuff. But hey, once it's done and it just works, and it just literally just works, then I don't have to ever worry about it again. And it'll be really sweet, and I'll be super happy with that. Because that means I can spend more time developing, I don't know, like Iori that's been waiting for 2 years to get put into the game, instead of worrying about updating the animation system like every fucking week. So it's like a no-compromise version of the animation system that I need for GGPO. As opposed to kind of like half-assing it and be like, okay, well, we hacked it together and it kind of works, and, we're going to have to maintenance it every version, but, it's okay, it works, I guess, I prefer to do it the right way. It just takes a lot more time to do it that way. So anyway, yeah, Ken, let's fix up Ken's shirt, right? And his pants. Eliza gave him for Christmas, got him a nice new gi. Well, we gotta get him to wear it, right? We'll start here. Open. Oh, it didn't send me there. Okay, that's fine. This is the other platform project that I work on. We do that on Thursdays, if you're interested in that one. It's a Metroidvania-ish game. Ken, not torn. One thing I did notice, I think I didn't really adjust the sorry. I didn't really adjust the shoulders here. So they kind of look a little pointy, as if they were torn, right? So I figured if I remove some of the point off of them, then maybe they won't look so torn. There, like that. And then we can go to the sprite sheet and update that. So go to sheets. Oh, clean sheets, clean key. There we are. Would I call it clean? I don't know. I guess that works. So what I would do is load Ken's default palette and then start replacing them. So the tops here are what's going to change, right? So I'll have to go through and then place them all again, since I updated the tops here. Makes me wonder how much attention I paid to it on the other frames. I might have to review a few of these and see what we get. And it's a bit tedious, but this is what we gotta do. Now, it could have been possible to have done this a slightly different way. If each of the sheets were their own thing and those were the master copies, it would work. But I like having a big sheet so that I can see everything without having to dig through stuff. Especially if I'm trying to find a frame of animation that gets used between different animations. So like this one, this intro is completely comprised of other the entire animation is frames from other animations. So in that case, like, I wouldn't even have a file for this, and I don't have a file for this. It's only unique frames of animation, and you want to reuse them, because if you add duplicates, number one, it's going to be a nightmare to maintain that, since you're going to end up with a problem of, you know, oh, I changed one pose here, I need to go change it everywhere else that it exists and make sure the changes are all the same. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of a pain in the ass. I really don't want to do that. So you do have that problem. Let's see, what did I do? I did an export, right? I really export as a GIF? Let's see. It is. You know why? The reason this is a GIF instead of something else, I think, is because the original was imported as a GIF. Normally I would probably just do these as PNG files, ping, whatever you want to call them. But not for this one. So, okay, we'll say alright there, and we're going to copy this and replace the one that's in Ken's folder here. Ken, up here. ABC123, can I count and read? Apparently not. So go in here and we'll replace the file, and then Unity won't know any better, and it will be like, oh, okay, we're going to use that file now. And it should be okay. So we go to Ken's stand? Not JoJo's stand. And see, everything's in the right place, but the new shoulders without the pointy bits are there. And away we go. Oh, I did actually change something since last week. Apparently Unity has fixed its issue with using tight instead of full rect for sprites. And I decided to change all of them back from full rect back to tight pack. And part of the reason for that is that the sprite atlases that we use, where Unity packs in all the sprites on the one texture, and it kind of uses an algorithm or whatever. If you have that as full rect, it will just take the whole rectangle and try to fit it, no matter how much free space is there, and that can waste some space. So I actually saved some disk space by putting some stuff back to tight, and then it was able to make a smaller compiled texture as a texture atlas. And that saves RAM, that saves disk space, so that's all good. There was a couple of sheets did malfunction, and so I set those ones specifically back to full rect. But for the most part, I mean, there was only maybe 3 of those. And for the most part, the rest of it just kind of automatically worked, and it was fine. You notice there's no cutoff pixels or anything on the animation. You know, I went through, it took a little while to make that change, but I think it was worth it. So I had to go through every animation and take a look and see if I saw anything missing or cut off or whatever. So, anyway, yeah, so Ken's gi looks pretty alright. When he walks, you see those spiky pauldrons again, so we'll have to fix that. But you can definitely see the difference between him and Ryu. You know, Ken's looks a bit cleaner, bit rounder. It's a little shaped up compared to Ryu, which I think that reflects, you know, I think that makes sense. It reflects even in the lore of, like, you know, Ken's kind of rich and he can afford that shit, and Ryu just doesn't give a shit and he's basically homeless. Homeless, but not poor in spirit, I guess. I don't know. He's doing what matters to him, so I guess that's the life, right? Anyway, that's the process here. So it does look like I did forget those on the walking and all that, and I'll change that. I think that was an oversight on my part. So we're gonna put the work in. We're gonna go back and we're going to make sure all of it works out. Oh, is that the eraser is set to 19? Probably what I'll do here is yeah, this one's tough. I'll probably leave this one because it connects to the hair. But like here, it was like this, right? So I can just remove that, but then it looks a little strange. So then I'm going to connect it back to the shoulder and do stuff like that. Here we can do that. And that does kind of leave it strange here, doesn't it? So if we put one down here, then it kind of gets your eyes to think about it curving down. We can do that. Let's do it this way. And then clip that one, clip that one, clip that one. Do that. And that's pretty alright. I think that's a decent approximation on what to do. Here, that one looks okay already. These ones look alright. They don't look all that pointy. I think we did actually edit these, so that makes sense. Oh, we missed one. We missed it. So we could do it that way. It looks a little strange to me. Looks perhaps a little too bulky. It makes sense in context of this when you want to show the rip. But might want to do something like this, or even shorten it up even a little more. Now that looks better to me. I think that looks alright. That looks like it's, you know, not like a long sleeve or anything. Are you giving Ken non-torn sleeves? Yes, and non-torn pants too. I think that one works out okay. These ones look okay. They don't look torn already, so I think we can do that. We'll get rid of that little spike there. That looks a little torn. Now it looks a little smoother. That one looks okay. Here, we'll get rid of that spike and that spike. Now it looks less torn on the end. Just one pixel can make the difference. If you don't believe me, then look what I'm doing. You'll see it, and then you'll believe it. How are you? I'm pretty good. How about you, Brian? Little bummed that Christmas is over now, but I'm still in the spirit. I still got my Christmas decorations up. We're gonna hold out for a while. I always find it odd that some games made the distinction and some games didn't. Ken is no hobo, unlike Ryu. Yeah, it was bugging me too. And I'm like, it's not that big of a change. We can just put it in, it's fine. I'm saving all the torn ones for posterity, or if we ever want to, for whatever reason, need them. The sheet, there's still the sheet with the torn ones if we need it, but we're not going to use that as a default by any means. The default will be the clean one. There we go. Got that. Take that one off. None of those look torn. Yeah, see like how it spikes up like that? That definitely looks torn. I'm actually going to remove that part maybe. Man, this one's tough. This one's tough because the shoulder looks good while torn, but it doesn't really while not. Do that. Yeah, that's all right. It's okay. And then just take the edge off that one. Yeah, we can do that. This is actually part of the eye, I think, so we'll have to leave that one. That looks all right. Do you need any new custom animations yet? Not immediately. I really just need NPC work. We're really behind on NPC work. We'd have to discuss what exactly to lay out in any level if you want to do the NPC work. But that would be my highest priority right now. Yeah, we'll take that pixel off. I think that makes sense. That one looks okay, doesn't look torn. This one was hella torn. I remember we actually did that one already. The ones that were like super torn looking, we already did. But now it's kind of going back and being like, hey, does it look pointy? Because pointy looks torn. Yeah, so here we'll get rid of that pointedness. They really didn't lean into it until Street Fighter 4, where it was easier for the artists to differentiate them, I guess. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I think at that point, because you can reuse the animation, say between Ken and Ryu, and then just apply it to a different model. You didn't really have to have the same model anymore. So they can make Ken's model without the torn, while still using the exact same animation as Ryu. And you just port over the animation bones from one to the other. And then that's it. That was super easy. I mean, it's possible they may have copied it and made slight alterations to it. But the point is, you know, the workload is much lower in that case. I'm gonna do it like that. I think that works. That one looks okay. It doesn't look torn to me. Oh, we got Grab. Oh yeah, Grab definitely got spikies at the end here. That kind of indicates tornness. Excuse me. Let's see. This one's okay. It kind of comes to a point, but you need something to indicate that it's going around the arm there. Those ones look pretty rounded. Those ones look alright. I think those are okay. These are alright. I mean, coming to a point sometimes is okay, just as long as it doesn't look torn or spiking out. But here it makes sense, it's wrapping up and around the shoulder, that's alright. Here we did a lot of work on these frames, I know those ones are okay. That one's okay, I think. Well, you know what? Let's give it another pixel there. Make it look a little rounder. We'll get rid of that pixel. I think that's okay. These ones look decent. This is the spike from the hair, so that's okay. I don't expect these to be any different either. Yeah, they look alright. Yep, those look okay. I think these are the reversed. These are the original ones, I think. Right? Or no? We reduced the size of the foot here. Yeah, because, yeah, this is now the front-facing attack, and this is now the back-facing attack. In the original, well, one of these is, I think this is the original one. We'll look at the sheet and see. But the Tatsumaki move actually changed its rotation direction at some time in Street Fighter history. I think Street Fighter 3 was the first one to do it. And it made a lot more sense to reverse it than the way that it was. But these sprites from the Pocket one use the old rotation. And so the one of these was the original here. I'm not sure which one, if these were the original ones. It could be this might be the altered one. And so the foot size had to change because one of them is the primary hitting one and one's the secondary hitting one. You can see that foot smaller on here, foot bigger on here, and then we had to reverse it to this one being smaller and this one being bigger. Because one was the forward facing foot and one was the back one. I don't remember which one's which. I mean, we could check it here. But the way that Street Fighter 3 did the rotation made a lot more sense, so I did want to make that change. So let's see. Yeah, there you go. So that's the new one. That one being the bigger foot is the new one. And then see the foot needs to be smaller on the back end because you have less emphasis on that. And then bigger in front because that's the actual hitting part. So here. Yeah, so this is the new one. In light of that, I'm going to move these around a little bit. And I'll box these off as their own thing. And I'll put over here. Oh, let's get black. And I'm gonna say that they're, whoop, I want just the brush. Old. There. And we'll insert these here. We'll insert them loosely. It's okay. The alignment on this sheet specifically doesn't matter. It does bring the question though about this one. Maybe I already did the reversal because this foot looks pretty big already. That's okay. I don't mind this one looking big on the back end. The diagonal, and it looks good on the diagonal, so it's okay. There's a lot of fire covering the feet too on this animation, so it would be less of an issue. But on this one, you don't get any effects covering it. So yeah, let's put that over here, and we'll call that a day on that one. Cool. Now let's look for more spiky shoulders. Those ones look alright. Wanted to inquire with you about something. I know Pocket does commissions for Neo Geo Pocket style sprites, but I think he is busy at the moment with his university and work life. Probably. He goes through periods of commission and not commission. Let's take a look. At Pocket. I don't know what his handle is. Alright, let's see. I just type Pocket. There it is. It's Pocketo, but it's got like... Yeah, it's like Pocketo, but it's like got zeros and threes and stuff, and I can't remember it. Let's see. What's he say about commissions right now? I don't know. It doesn't say anything right now. You could DM him and ask about it, but he might be busy. He goes through periods of open availability and closed availability, so. I was wondering if you knew any other artists who did Neo Geo Pocket style as well. Well, Graphicus, if you're still here in chat, he definitely does that kind of stuff, since he's right here. Let's see. You know what? Here. Hop into... There was? Did I not even see it? Am I that blind? Hold on. Alright. Are you gaslighting me? We're going back to Pocket. Did it actually say that? If it said, I'm gonna shit if it said commissions are closed. Oh yeah, oh my god, yeah, I'm blind, it's right here. Never mind, sorry. I don't know, I guess my mind just blanked this line out. I'm looking like, I don't see it. Yeah, okay, yep, there it is, definitively, commissions closed. Yeah, so he's busy with stuff. Sorry. Here, here's the Discord channel link. Graphicus hangs out in there. So, if you want to maybe DM him there, maybe he can handle one of those. I don't know if he has open availability, but I'm just saying that he also does stuff. So, yeah. Yeah, he told you he was busy. Okay, fair enough. I would check there, and then, I don't know, you could ask Graphicus, or maybe someone else hanging out there might do it. There's a few people who show off some of their sprites in the server. I think under Creative Corner and Showcase. So there might be some people there that might want to take you up on it. I would start there and see what you can wrangle. Okay. Just gotta get my windows back in order. Alright, these ones look alright. These are all repurposed from other animations. So I'm gonna have to look at those. Those look pretty rounded off there. Oh, you're already there. Oh, okay. Well, welcome again, I guess. This one looks a little spiky here. Oh, we might do something about that one. There. There, that looks alright. Rounded. Oh, there's a shield bug on my monitor. He's crawling along the top. What are you doing, buddy? Is it nice and warm back there? I bet that's why he's up there. Monitors generate a lot of heat. TVs too. You call yourself G-Man there? Yeah, either way. That one looks good. That one looks alright. the ground bounce damage here. I'm going to add 1 extra pixel there. Other than that, I think those look pretty alright. This looks torn. So we'll do something like that. That'll help it a bit. Could argue that the shoulder should come up. That makes a weird intersection with this, but I guess it's already weird. I think that'll be okay. Shoulders on that one are a little strange. This animation goes by so fast, you probably wouldn't even notice it being strange. Oh, here, this one's torn too. Could do something like that. Potentially a little higher. That erodes the shape of the shoulder, doesn't it? Yeah, and that kind of cascades into an effect there. This one's tough, because it's kind of like twisting around the body, right? That looks all right. We'll keep that. Did I miss the chip jab KO animation? That's actually just comprised of other frames put together. Believe it or not. I think all I do, the general idea of it is I start with this pose, and then I do their crouched hit. So, yeah, I go from this one to this one, and then they just fall backwards with these 2 frames. Essentially, that's all their chip jab KO is. It looks pretty convincing when you see it. I think eventually I'd like to have an animation specific to it, because some of them are kind of elaborate, like in CVS2 and stuff, and I think they're kind of nice. But for now, that's all I've been doing. Oh yeah, taunt. Definitely gotta cut a little corner there. That doesn't look frayed to me. It's pointy, but it doesn't look frayed to me, so we'll leave that one. And the same with this. This one's super frayed. I guess I didn't even notice this one on the way through the first pass. Could do that. Yeah, it would either be this or this, and I think that's probably the better way to go. Oh, geez, I didn't even get his legs on this one. Guess I just kind of zoned out on this animation. There you go. Pretty quick little fix there. That's a nice pose. I like it. These ones look alright. Yeah, those are okay. It's got me paranoid looking at the legs now and knowing that I missed one. These ones look okay. Yeah. That one's alright. We actually don't use this for dashing. We use this one for the run stopping. So there's a little animation when you let go of dashing. So, and then if you let go, then he comes to a stop like this. So I think it's a neat little detail, but it's actually meant for a dashing forward. We just don't have dashing anymore. We've got running instead. These we didn't actually use these sprites. They're from Match and Millennium though. And that's it. And they're all done. Now it's a matter of just getting them updated on their sheets. You know what? I'm going to, instead of loading and unloading the pallet on the other end every single time, I'm just going to load the pallet once on this end. And then we'll go through and do them that way. So do we have the turnaround? We do not yet. Let's see. How did I do this then? I think I went to the normal sheets. I found the one that corresponded. This one. Then I took out that sprite, put this in, and I had to do a save as and put it in the clean GUI one. Then I save it as an A-sprite file. And then I export it as GIF. And so yes, that is a bit of work, but that will ensure that it'll be much easier to make this change in the future. Excuse me. Okay, the walk forward, we already have that one. So I'm going to just kind of chop off the top here. We already did the legs, so we don't have to worry about that. But then we're going to have this one. And this one. Okay, we can close that second one. We don't need that one right now. Boy, do I love Christmas time. It's the only part of winter that I find tolerable. I just hate the dead look of winter. Winter always looks terrible, dead, and desolate. Like, just lifeless. When you, at least when you add the colored lights and all that, it just, for me, it fixes that. If that makes sense. Okay, we do not have the dash, so we've got to go looking for that one. And it's right here. So, well, first, let's save as in our new location. It's the A-sprite file. Copy this. That one wasn't done at all, so even the legs need to be updated. Yeah, what's wrong with my mouse? Okay, that's better. Save. Make sure to do that as a GIF. There you go. And so now we did the turnaround, stand, the walk, and the backdash. Right, and we've updated those, so we can pop them in, and they should be all set. Oh, I might have to refresh. I believe the reason that I have to refresh is because it's using a compiled sprite atlas, and the sprite atlas will not update until you press, you know, turn play off and turn on. Yeah, and now you see the shoulders are definitely rounded now. Yep, and you can see it here. Okay, and we've got all the attacks, of course, are not fixed yet. Running, we could do that one next, maybe. Well, let's see what's next on the sheet here. Now I could probably also manually update that sprite atlas. So here's the sprite atlas if you're wondering what exactly I'm talking about. It's just a big sheet with all the sprites on it. And the reason this is helpful is, for one, it can fit everything and kind of try to get rid of the gaps between the sprites by fitting them together based on their shape. And so that saves space overall. But the other reason to have them on a big sheet like this, when the game is rendering, every single sprite sheet that you have, when that sprite gets called, it has to change the texture that it's rendering. So say, just for the sake of argument, you have well, you have the fire, right? You've got Ken, you've got the fire, you've got the Hadoken, and they should be all on separate sheets, some people would think. So what if we separated all these? Well, when Ken goes to render, it's like, okay, we've got to put Ken's sprite down. And then let's see, the next one we got to do is the fire. So it's like, okay, hold on. We have to unload the Ken sheet. Now let's load the fire. And then we'll load the fire sheet, and then we'll print the fire sprite. And it's like, okay, well, what's next? Well, we got a Hadoken. All right, unload the fire sheet, go find the Hadoken sheet, load that in, draw the Hadoken, and so on and so forth. And that takes extra time to exchange the sheets like that. But if they're all on one, it can be like, we got Ken. Okay, cool. Boom. We need fire. All right, cool. We already got that. Boom. Got it. We need a Hadoken. Yep, already got that. Boom. And it can just do it without having to change the texture that's loaded in order to make that render. Now, there's other things that you would have to do behind the scenes to make sure that it doesn't unload and reload and all that, but Unity kind of handles that automatically. So I just have to make sure that I put everything in the same sheet. And luckily, Unity will do that automatically for me, so I'm happy about that. Because doing one of these by hand is a literal nightmare. Although, if you are trying to be super efficient, or you have a special need for like a 3D model texture, a lot of I know a lot of 3D modelers who will pack their own texture sheet. You know, because there's things the algorithm can miss, for sure. And maybe you can figure it out better. Get, like, you know, your little puzzle piece going. And then they've got tools to assist them, from what I understand. But I've seen people comparing their packed texture sheets online, which is kind of funny to me. Not that it's funny that they're doing it, but it's just... I'm happy to see that kind of dedicated effort, we'll put it that way. And that makes me happy to see, and that amuses me to a degree. In a good way, of course. I'm actually going to make this process easier, as much as I love our little Christmas scene here. It is a little bit harder to tell what's going on. So I'm going to actually change the stage for a different one here. And let's see, what stage would be a nice clear one that would be easy to see. You know, the Angkor Wat one might be alright. Oh no, it's got the same outline color. No, that's not gonna work. I want to keep the Christmas palettes on, but we need to find a different one here. This might be alright. This is pretty high contrasted with Ken's current looking outfit here. Yeah, okay, this one will be easier to see. Well, I gotta fix the sky in this stage too. Whoopsie. Oh, we'll get to that in a bit. It should hopefully remind me to do that. Okay, so yeah, it's easier to see here what has and hasn't been affected. So, okay. The next one we want to do is running. So, alright, we were just talking about running. And then running here has not been done, so we're going to go to Sheets. We're going to find running. R is for run. Here we are. gonna save that as an A-sprite file here. Okay. And we'll get rid of most of the sprite here, so that we're replacing all of it. We leave the foot so we know where to place it, because if we accidentally place it wrong, like not where the other one was, then it's going to have a huge fit about that. You'll get parts of it cut off or something. The other thing that's really nice about the Sprite Atlas, and one reason that I might just use them universally for almost everything, is the reason that I used to be really careful about how I place the sprites in the sheet, kind of minimize the dead space and minimize the empty space in a sheet, right? I tried to get them like really close together to make sure that they were, you know, like 2 pixels apart, enough that they wouldn't interfere with each other, but enough to, you know, not leave a huge amount of space. And I don't need to do that anymore, and the reason is because when you pull it through, oh, that's the wrong one. Ping, or I'm not ping, GIF here. Yeah, yes, and here when you have this texture atlas, it does that for you. It automatically handles all of that. Like if we take a screenshot of this and look at it. Might not be at the right zoom level here, but see how it packs in everything around each other, and it actually duplicates the last pixel line here outwards, so there's no issue of like missing sprites and stuff, or like missing pixel edges, I guess would be the more accurate way to go. Now it's zoomed in a little bit, so you might notice there's some outline breaking, but that's just because it's zoomed in. It's not being able to display or rather zoomed out, I should say. It's not being able to display the whole image because it's so large. But you kind of see how it's automatically, with an algorithm, getting rid as much of the dead space as possible while also packing it onto one texture. And so that's kind of doing the job that I was doing manually, just automatically, and with perhaps a bit better result. Now, obviously, you're going to get some like free space here. But part of the reason for that is that there is a sort of minimum shape that you need here. You notice that these are 2 squares put together, and that's intentional. So part of the optimization for rendering is actually a little counterproductive to the disk space. But if you could have a perfect square, or perfect power of 2, the rendering engine somehow, for whatever reason, that makes it easier to render, or faster to render. And so here, this is like a perfect 2 squares on top of each other, so it kind of like works that way. And you can see that here, maximum texture size. If it attempts to exceed this in either the length or the width, it will actually create 2 textures instead. I should never have a character that has more than this, potentially, but this kind of gives you an idea of how that works. But this being a power of 2 is important for the efficiency of it. And that's why you see all these numbers are in power of 2. So there's a bit of nerdiness behind the scene going on as to why these sprite atlases are so good. But it'll chop out all the space it can around these automatically for me, so I don't have to worry about it. And that makes me happy. Because that was kind of a pain. Oh, we don't have the next one ready yet. Hold on. We need jumping, right? J is for jump. There. File. Save as. Clean. A sprite. The reason I'm making them go back to A-Sprite files is because they have the ability to layer and do other things that a GIF file can't do. And so that's very helpful for me, as you can imagine. Oh, this is going to be a weird one. All right, I'm going to leave that there for now because I might be confusing those two at some point. So let's get these ones in first. Then we'll do the other ones. This was another example of me attempting to manually pack them in a way that would be a bit more efficient. Of course, we don't need to do that anymore. But if I go ahead and change where the sprites are on this file now, it will cause them to sort of desync in a way with the coordinates that are already presented to them in game. That won't be good. Okay, and now we can chop that one off. I guess his hair is a good way to line that up. Oh, it's this one, right? Yeah. Okay, and then we can export to no. Whatever key I fat fingered there pulled Office up instead. Yeah, and then so can jump here on the clean GUI, and we'll export. And we will sort by type. I'm just going to take them all instead of trying to figure out which ones we moved and didn't. And boom, it'd be easier to just replace all of them. And then if I hit pack preview here, I think that will actually refresh it. That's why I had that open. It looks like it. Yeah. Yeah, those are all the clean ones. Cool. Yeah, it looks good. No more Hobo. Hobo be gone, Ken. Hobo be gone. At least for those animations. So, let's see. He's walking. Oh, yeah, he's running now. Hey, look at that. He's all clean. He's all jazzed up. Eliza did a good job. Guess she's got to dress him, right? Alright, cool. So then, let's see which one's next. Have you ever thought of making your own fighting game with your own unique characters using this engine? Yes. I think eventually that would be a really, really fun project to do. Right now, obviously, I'm focusing on this one. And there's two reasons. One, I mean, this is like a kind of project that I've always wanted to work on. This is something just that I've always wanted to make. So, of course, I want to do it just to do it. But on the flip side, when I'm done with this, I've got a nice engine that is ready to go. It'll have rollback netcode. It'll have everything all ready to go. And then I could use that to build something new. Absolutely. I would love that. The only thing there would be that the cost of making an original fighting game is so incredibly high that I don't know how I would get funding for it. It just feels like way too good of an engine and way too well done to not eventually use. Yeah, well, I feel that too, right? And thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, I think eventually I would love to do that. It would be more or less an issue of how do we get the funding to do what we would want to do with an original game at that point. And that's a very tough question to answer. There's several things that you could attempt to do, but most publishers aren't interested in fighting games. They don't see them as profitable, and so you have a very big uphill battle to get through, unfortunately. I mean, we even see this in Capcom. Maybe the opinion has shifted, but by the time that Street Fighter V came out, their confidence in the profitability of fighting games was very low. You know, Street Fighter Cross Tekken had just bombed. And, like, so Street Fighter 4 did fine, right? But Street Fighter Cross Tekken, they put a lot of money into that. Because they're like, oh, Street Fighter 4 sold gangbusters. That's cool. We can we can then make this fighting game and pump it full and it'll sell a bazillion copies. And it tanked. It like literally tanked. And that made them very squeamish about the profitability of fighting games at that point. So even the big publishers, even, you know, Capcom, the makers of Street Fighter, the fighting game, you know, for a very large portion of the audience, they're kind of like, yeah, these don't work. And if you can't convince Capcom to continue, you know, pumping money into like a fighting game, like who can you convince? You know what I mean? Other publishers will look and be like, well, I mean, like Capcom literally put fighting games on the map and even they won't like fund one with a lot of money. I was like, you know, and hopefully that they will make a Street Fighter 6, hopefully. And, you know, if that goes on, like Street Fighter 5 didn't sell gangbusters at first. It probably made out okay. It did nowhere near what they thought it was going to. And they didn't give it the budget either, and that's why it kind of came out half-baked. And you see these kind of problems manifesting in the publishing circle of like, yeah, they just really don't want to give money to these games, so they don't think they're going to succeed, and they are admittedly having some issues succeeding. Now, the reasons for that I have a different opinion on, but you know, I think if you want a fighting game to succeed, you have to, number one, it has to look good. Number two, it has to be fun to play for pretty much anybody. And you can't just shove everybody into the competitive stuff. Yeah, Street Fighter 5 got funding from Sony. I remember hearing that too. I think that was correct. I think Ono did go on record at the time and say that that's why it was PlayStation exclusive, right? Yeah. And so they got money from Sony to put into the project. How much, we don't know, but it was definitely something there, and the project probably would not have gotten made without it. That's the implication that I read into that from all the discussion about it. And if Sony didn't pony up, then we wouldn't have had a Street Fighter 5 at all. So it's good that they did. It sucks that it's exclusive. At least we got a PC port, but you know, I guess I'd rather have Street Fighter at all than not, even if it's locked to a console. I don't know. You know what I mean? I think if they focus more on like some single player stuff, I think the single player offerings right now are very poor. But you see players like Smug like go back and discover like Alpha 3. You know, it has like World Tour and stuff. And like Justin Wong goes back and plays World Tour, and they're all like, yeah, this is dope. I don't know why they don't do this anymore. You know, so that's what people actually want, you know, in a broad sense. Obviously, the competitive community, they want the rollback, they want the good online experience. You know, they want the essentially the balanced gameplay and all that stuff. But that's actually a smaller portion of your audience. You should have that, absolutely, and I'm doing that too. But you're not going to capture a wide swath of people if you don't have some kind of cool mode that mixes things up. You know, you could do something as crazy as, you know, honestly, the gem system in Street Fighter Cross Tekken could have been good. I think they did it in a very poor way, which caused people to hate it. But if they worked on that more and didn't make it like a pay to win like bullshit feature, I think that would have been a very, very cool feature that people would have wanted. There were two problems with it. One, it was a little too nuanced. And the other problem was, and by too nuanced, I mean also that it wasn't crazy enough. It was kind of like, oh, well, if you block 5 attacks, then for the next 10 seconds, your meter gain increases or whatever. Nobody gives a fuck about that. Do something crazy like you just have 10% more meter gain, period. That's it. All the time, the entire thing. Just give them something crazy like big meter gain or no chip damage or something crazy like that. And maybe limit it to only like 2 gems or something. You know? Delay-based rule back and good lobby for the hardcores. Yeah. Well, I love that too. I mean, I'm in that hardcore camp, right? But even the hardcores love like fun little extra modes. So you could like I said, the gem system would have been fine if it was a bit more robust. and it wasn't so boring, what if instead of gems, you made them like Street Fighter and Tekken themed badges, right? So what if you had a gem that increases the damage of fire attacks, and it's a badge instead of a gem? It's a badge with like special art of Ken Masters on it. That would be way more fun. Just doing something dumb like that would make it way more appealing than it actually was. But it has to be cool abilities. It can't just be like, well, you hit a 3-hit combo, so then your attack is up for 5% for 10 seconds. Like, it's dumb. Don't do stupid nuance things. Like, if you're gonna give a power up, give a real ass power up. You know what I mean? The speed increases were kind of cool. I like those. So like, what if you could activate a gem on demand, and you could say, okay, for 10 seconds I have super armor, but I can choose when to activate it, and that could create really interesting, situations. I think that would be really cool. You could then use them in more of an active fashion instead of them just being essentially like, I don't want to say randomized, but it's for a casual player, when they're going to activate, might as well be fucking random, because they're not going to be thinking in their head, oh, I blocked 3 attacks. If I block one more attack, then I get my buff for the next 5 seconds, and then I could use that to do that. They don't care about that. Give them something they can activate on their own, or give them something that just affects the entire match. 10% meter gain for the entire match. Every time you gain meter, you get 10% more or 5% more or whatever. That would be a great gem. People would love it. You don't have to think about it. It just works. Do something like that. That's the kind of stuff that I want to see. And that's the kind of stuff that brings more people in. If it's not just like convoluted shit. You know what I mean? Let's see. Pocket Rumble is an insanely good game, but I know that a lot of people didn't stick with it because it had no content outside of Versus an Arcade and no story at all. Yet, though, that's the thing. You have to have a story. Even if it's a shitty story or a dumb story, you have to have something there for people to want to see and to uncover. For people to learn about. If there's no story, even if there's an arcade mode, if there's no story, what's the point? Why do you get to the end of it? To see the credits? No, that's stupid. I want to see the ending. You know what I mean? Could do a card that, when equipped, Ken's Tatsu acts like his Tatsu from Street Fighter 2. See? that would be a lot of work, but you could do something like that. You could do player modification cards. Well, remember Smash on Wii U? I love this feature. I'm sad that they didn't bring it to Ultimate, but to change the moves for the characters, give them alternate moves, that was super cool. I love that. If you could do something like that in Street Fighter, or I mean, you kind of can, right? With the V skill, you can change your V skill. You kind of bring that kind of system into some sort of like loadout system where you can pick one of 3 V skills to have, and you pick, like a passive card. Oh, one gives you more meter for the match. One gives you higher attack power. You got 5% more attack power, or you've got 5% more defense power, or something like that. Or maybe you get 15% more attack power, but it only activates when you're low on health. Things like that would be very cool, and they're very understandable too. It's not like, oh, block 5 things and then now all of a sudden you get 5% attack for 10 seconds and it runs out and you don't know what gem is active at any one time because you can't remember what the fuck you even put on there. They're just colors. Shit like that. You gotta make it a bit more intuitive. In Ultimate, even though the spirit system sucks, all my casual friends wet nuts collecting them all. Yes, exactly! Exactly! That's what I'm talking about! And all the effects are really simple too. Yes, exactly. They have to be understandable. They have to be things that you... If the average player looks at that and they're like, I don't know what the fuck that means, or they're like, yeah, I'm not reading all that. It looks convoluted, it looks complicated, it looks dumb, then they're not going to engage with that system at all. And I think that's where Street Fighter Cross Tekken went a little off the rails in terms of the gameplay stuff. Is this song from Mega Man ZX? Yes, it is. Yeah, I guess the track display in the bottom doesn't say where it's from, but yes, this is from ZX Advent, I believe. Yeah, I think it's the ice stage from ZX Advent. That's the second one, ZX2, I guess you want to call it that. Yeah, it's really good. I love it. I got 2 versions of it on here too. Here, I'll let it play the next version after this one. Because they did a remix album called Gigamix, and that was really nice. So I'm going to put that one up next. I really like that one. I put both versions on. I like the song. But you see kind of like what I mean, right? So, I mean, I've theorized about, especially because the Neo Geo Pocket games had the card fighters clash. It would be a lot of work, but wouldn't it be cool if you could have cards that you could attach to the characters to do special things like that? You know, buffing their abilities and doing... then you could play matches with cards if you want. You can play them without cards if you want. And who cares if the cards are balanced? You could just make it a fun, bullshit, crazy mode where you just do whatever and you can attach as many bullshit cards to a character as you feel like and just have fun. Like in Smash Brothers, when you go and you're like, screw this, I'm tired of playing normally, we're just gonna turn on all the bombs and throw bombs at each other. Like, shit like that would be fun. Gives players options, and more options is always good. Yep, pretty much. That's pretty much the long and short of it. Give different ways to play. Wait, hold on. Did it randomize? That's not drifting flow. Alright, hold up. I don't know. Oh, I didn't turn random off. Whoops. Hold on. I turned looping off. Hold on. I'll fix it. There you go. There, this is the Gigamix version of this song. It's really cool. It's all super chill. A super good single player, in my opinion, is Soul Calibur 2 story mode. Absolutely. Most of the people that I knew that were into fighting games, like in the casual setting, Soul Calibur is their favorite. Why? Because you've got story mode, you've got like the RPG mode in the other ones. What was it? 3 had like the dungeon mode or whatever. There's a whole bunch of shit like that, and they went crazy over it. They're like, wow, this is really cool. And to them, that was the game. The fact that it was like a versus fighting game didn't even register to them. They're like, oh, it's an RPG with fighting stuff. Okay, cool. And they didn't really even think of it as a fighting game. They bought it because it had that single player mode, and that's the only reason they played it. And then after, they'd be like, oh, you can actually fight each other too. Oh, that's cool. Like, that's how you get people in the door. And devs just don't. I don't know if they don't know this, or they don't care, or they don't want to put in the work to do it. Maybe they don't have the budget to do it. Something is wrong, and it's not good. We'll put it that way. So that's my rant about that shit. If I want to at least put an arcade mode in here. That's the primary goal. Have an arcade mode with a story and some endings and stuff like that. If I can do more with it, that would be great. But it is a huge time sink to add in a big mode. You know, like adding cards and stuff. That would be very difficult to do. I would love to, but whether or not I have the time to do that, who knows? You know, I don't have a budget for this, so it's a little hard to work on it and get other people interested in working on it if you don't have money to give out. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, esports is cool, and you know it's catching on and stuff, and that's great. But that's only going to attract certain parts of the audience. You know, there's other things there. So if you want to compare games, you know, let me do this while we're talking too, so we're actually making some progress here. If you want to have an analogy between like actual sports, you know, I take that back. I don't want to use the term actual sports, that sort of devalues the esports part of it. But let's say traditional non-digital sports, put it that way. Wait, did I close that one? I did. Okay. Oh, crouch. Okay, we're doing crouch. compare like football to let's say to like Street Fighter, right? Or you could, you know what? Screw it. Let's compare boxing or like MMA to Street Fighter. You could even compare professional wrestling, even if you don't think that that's like a sport, right? If you don't think it's a valid example of a sport. But what are people invested in when it comes to professional wrestling? Actually, this is probably the best analogy. People are more invested in the characters and the story than they are kind of the match themselves. Like, they still like the fights, obviously. I mean, that's kind of the hook. Oh, it's people fighting and stuff, and it's wrestling. But what really keeps them in there is the story of the characters. That's why they have characters that they're playing, essentially. You know, all of a sudden, Hulk Hogan's a heel. And that's like, oh, it's big news, and everybody's interested. It's like, why? He was the hero, and now he's the heel. What happened? That's story. They've injected a story element in there. There's characters. They have costumes. They have personalities that they're playing. All that, you can see the parallels between that and fighting games. Like, people are attached to characters. They're attached to like Ken Masters. They don't care so much about, you know, Red Karate Man. They like Ken Masters because Ken Masters is cool. He's a cocky kind of asshole. He's got cool, fiery moves. He does all this crazy shit. And that's what attracts people to Ken specifically. And not so much, oh wait, hold on. Was that backwards? Yeah, that's backwards. Gotta make sure to do these in the right order. You know, that's a big part of the appeal here. So when, you know, you have to have good characters that are going to grab people, right? And you're going to have more than just it's fighting. If wrestling was just it's fighting, it wouldn't be as big as it is now. You have to have characterization. You have to have story. Well, in a fighting game, your arcade mode is your story. Or maybe you have a story mode and it's your story. But it has to all kind of tie into something. I feel like having a standalone story mode is not the best way to go about doing stuff like this. Because then you're devaluing kind of the game itself, right? So while Guilty Gear has nice looking, you know, basically movies attached to their game, that's fine. It just kind of devalues it as a video game. So that might work in, say, a professional wrestling setting, because you're just watching it, you're just watching a show, right? But if you're actually playing it, you don't want to separate the action of playing the game with consuming the story. God, I hate the word consuming. I hate the word content. I hate the word consuming. I hate the word consumer or customer's okay, but I prefer to call people players. Like, so in video games, stop using generic stuff. Say like, oh, it's your players, or, you know, or the player base or the fan base or something like that, instead of being like, oh, those are my consumers. It's like, you sound like a fucking boardroom jockey. Like, stop it. I don't know if jockey is the right word, but you get the idea. So I'm kicking myself right now for using the, what did I say, consume? Yeah. Experience. There's a good alternative. Experience. You're experiencing the story, but you should not be not experiencing the game at the same time. It should be a package that comes together. I mean, you can mix between, you know, doing a fight and doing a cutscene, but don't just have all cutscene or all fighting without story. You have to intersperse them at least. The more that you can integrate them at the same time, the better, although I can see that would be quite the challenge to pay attention to a story while you're trying to fight and pay attention to what's coming at you and all that stuff. But it's certainly possible to do things like that. Star Fox, especially Star Fox 64, you hear the chatter between the different pilots during the gameplay. The reason it's not interrupting your visual experience of the gameplay or being distracting is because you can hear it while your eyes are paying attention to what's going on. So there's things like that. Of course, that costs more because now you need voice actors, and you need to make sure that everywhere you release it, you have voice actors in all those different languages. And, you know, if it was Japanese, it wouldn't work for me because I can't understand Japanese. At least maybe bits and pieces of it now, having watched anime for so long. But you know, like, if they're talking in Japanese, I don't know what they're saying. I would have to read the subtitles. Well, guess what? If I'm reading the subtitles, I'm not watching the bullets coming from my ass. So there's a problem there. There's an attention distraction in that case. So that's harder to do, but it is a decent example of how to layer different parts of a game into each other while, you know, without having to switch between modes, let's say, between cutscene mode to whatever. You know, RPGs are pretty good about this in a way where the cutscenes, like say in old RPGs, you can read the text because the action stops while you're reading it, or there's no text to read while something's going on in the cutscene, but it's all still kind of an interactive thing. You have to advance the text boxes, and a lot of times it takes place on the overworld itself, and you know, so there's no like cutting to a different screen to see the cutscene and cutting back. And we're not talking about PlayStation RPGs, I guess, in this case, where they use the FMVs a lot, but you kind of get what I'm saying, right? The more integrated things can be, the better it could potentially be, as long as you do it right. And I think fighting games are very bad at doing this lately, but they've been good at this in the past. And Street Fighter 4 actually has a pretty good example of how to put more story into the game itself. A lot of people don't remember this because they don't utilize it outside of arcade mode, but when you fight your rival character, they say different things during the match. They'll actually have like a conversation, or they'll have like longer lines that they're talking to each other with, and that was really cool. BlazBlue did it too, but BlazBlue even goes above and beyond and takes that to versus mode. And they don't necessarily have a conversation, but they do say different things to each other. So when Ragna and Hazama have a match, the voice clips for some of their moves and stuff are different talking to each other and about each other than they would be fighting someone else. That's a really cool attention to detail. And again, that carries over to versus mode. So it's not so much like a story that's playing out, but it's kind of customizing the dialogue and the attitude of those characters to fit who they're fighting in some cases. So Ragna may sound extra pissed off when he's fighting Hazama as opposed to when he's fighting Tao, you know. So that's a really cool thing. Yeah, and special intros are another part of that. That's injecting story into the gameplay. Kind of, I don't know, pipeline is the word. Yeah. Hi Red Skull, what's up? Yeah, special intros, we don't even have those anymore. What the hell happened to special intros? They're killing me. That was one of the things that I put in the game early on, was the ability to have special intros. And of course I've added them for the characters. So Ken and Terry will do their special intro. You can't see it in training mode because it skips the intros, but if you were to go into Versus and you do Terry versus Ken, they have a special intro. And you know, Ken and Ryu have a special intro. But like Ryu and Terry don't have a special intro, so it's, you know, on a case per case basis. We don't even get those anymore. That was one of my huge disappointments with Street Fighter 4 and Street Fighter 5, was the complete omission of special intros. I don't understand at all why they would do something like that. I really don't. I think that was a huge miss. There's no reason that should have happened. But here we are. And every time you do something like that, it just diminishes, you know, the investment that people are going to have in these characters. And that diminishes how much people care about your stuff, and they're just not going to play it. Or they'll be like, wow, the old games were so much better. And they may not know why. They're just like, I don't know, I like the old games better, but whatever. And they don't think about it long enough to figure out what the problem is. And they don't really have to. I don't blame them for not doing it. But that's the reaction you're gonna get. People notice, but they may not understand why. And that's a big thing, especially with like details, especially like gameplay details. They'll be like, yeah, this game doesn't play right. I don't know what it is, but I don't like how this game plays. And then they'll pick up a different game. They're like, oh, I like how this game plays. Well, the difference might be Maybe one's got a friend. Maybe one's got an input buffer and the other doesn't. Maybe one has more nuanced movement and smoother animations than the other one, and that creates a better play experience. And they may not realize that that's what it is. They may not understand the difference between these things. If they were pointed out, they'd be like, oh, okay, that makes sense. You know, they'd be like, oh, I see it now. But it's just not a detail that registers with everybody. And that can really hurt, you know, how things go. That's just, I don't know. I guess that's art in general, right? You see that with movies too. Cinematography is something that the average viewer has no idea about. They may not even know such a thing really exists. They just know that for whatever reason, this movie is janky and this one isn't. And I don't like the one that's janky, and I do like the one that's not janky. You know, there's something there. Their brains pick up on it. There's obviously a quality there that's measurable, but it doesn't mean that they understand that that's what it is. And they don't have to. It's not their job to understand. It's the creator's job to make sure that it is good. And that's kind of where you fall into these, you know, details. Where the hell is this fucking sheet? Hold on. Wait, there it is. Crouch, turn around. Oh my god. Never mind. I got it. Never mind. I'm okay. It's fine. Everything's fine. Yeah, that's my rant, I guess. Yeah, this needs to be a GIF. Yeah, it's not their job to know why your thing is not right, whatever you're making. It's your job to make sure that it is right and it's good and that it satisfies your audience. So that's what I'll say. Just don't mistake for a single second that nobody will notice. They may not know what is missing or what is wrong, but they know something's wrong. They can feel it. It's what Red Letter Media, right? You didn't notice it, but your brain did. It's one of those things. Be very careful with that. Don't ever mistake the audience's intelligence. Never ever underestimate that. Even if they consciously don't know how to express what they feel is wrong about something, they will still feel it. Different people have different sensitivities to it, but they will still feel it. And if it doesn't feel right, especially if they don't know why it doesn't feel right, they're just gonna walk away. And they aren't gonna tell you. They won't know what to tell you. They'll be like, yeah, I just didn't like it. Oh, I didn't like it. I don't know, I just didn't like it. Well, you lost a viewer or a player or whatever at that point. And that's not on them, that's on you. Part of how to, because I guess the next question would be, well, how the hell are you supposed to know what's wrong if they can't tell you what's wrong? Sometimes they can, you're just not listening. And I don't mean that from like a broad view of just like, oh, you're just being an asshole and you're not listening to feedback or whatever. And I mean that in a very literal sense of you're not listening the right way. You're not listening to what they're saying. You don't understand how they view things, so you don't know what they're trying to tell you. And sometimes they do a very poor job of communicating that, and that's just par for the course because they don't have the vocabulary to tell you what they think is wrong or right about it. They just might be like, it just doesn't feel right. I don't know why, but it just doesn't feel right. And it might be on you to then like ask follow-up questions to kind of get to the bottom of it. But there's sometimes subtle clues that you can pick up from the way that they talk about it. And be like, oh, it feels stiff. Okay. So then you'll have to think about what what in games, especially the game that you're trying to make in that genre, what would make the game feel stiff? Is it, could it be the pace of the game? Could it be the animation is not satisfactory? Because bad animation can give you the sense of stiffness. It's not fluid. Hey, no, that doesn't look right. I didn't copy the files. There we go. Okay, then we refresh, and then, hey, look at that. Now it's better. Maybe it's the movement. Maybe the movements don't transition into one another very well, and then you have that problem. I'm gonna switch this up here a little bit. I'm going to move this over here, and I'm gonna get rid of this here. And this will be much better, much easier to see. How about that? And we can test it without kind of issues here. Cool. Oh, and the jab, right? Yeah. Fix the jab. So this could be a whole topic of its own, communication. Just in general, you don't even have to think about communication between players and developers. Just good communication skills on their face value are very rare to come by these days, which sucks. That's very unfortunate. However, that is the case. And if you want, you first have to want to understand the other side of whatever you're working on. So in this case, between players and developers, I'm a developer. I'm not a player. Well, I mean, I am, but that actually does help. The fact that I play games, so I understand to at least to a pretty good degree what people want in a game, because I play games and there are things that I want out of games that I don't see. But the point is, you need to consider the other side when you're communicating with them. Some people are very... Oh, that's weird. Oh, I didn't copy the whole thing. Some people are stuck up and they don't want to understand other people. And all of us have this to a degree. Sometimes you don't want to communicate with someone because you don't feel that it's productive, or that there's any use in it, or for whatever reason. And we all have that to a degree, even myself. I try my best not to be that way. But inevitably, we are human, and that's how it plays out sometimes. But what you have to consider is that if you don't have communication, then you don't have the ability to fix problems that people might perceive in your game. If you get feedback and you just ignore it, well, there's a reason you're getting that feedback to begin with, and it may not be malicious, it may just be honest criticism. Maybe it's not even packaged in a way that you like, but that's fine too. There's no reason to scoff at any criticism that comes in. I try not to discriminate criticism that comes in. A lot of, maybe not a lot of, more developers than you would imagine are very, let's see, how would I explain this? I think the attitude can best be summarized as, if I don't think you know what you're doing, then I don't want to hear your opinion. And that typically manifests, I don't hold that belief, but I'm saying I see this a lot out there in the development community. I think artists are just kind of typically prone to this because they're so invested in their own art that it can be hard to hear criticism of it. And I get that too, and I feel bad too when people don't like the things that I do. But it's important to listen to them to be able to improve. So you have a situation where I feel like I've experienced that before. Yeah, right. You know what I'm talking about, Red Skull. You know what I'm talking about. That's actually what I'm thinking about as I'm explaining this. That is the example that's going through my head. It's the who are you syndrome. Who are you? What does it matter who I am? I have, something, I have feedback on, or I have an opinion on, or whatever. You can't just discredit people based on who they are. You have to take their feedback. You have to take what they say. The value of what they say does not have any relevance to the person they are. Now, you can find something funny. You can say, oh, well, that's kind of hypocritical for that person to say something because XYZ, and that's fine, but it doesn't make what they said invalid. And oftentimes, this manifests not even from any reasonable correlation, but just the fact of, like, I think that person doesn't know what they're talking about because they're not on my level, or they're not an artist, or they're not a game dev, and I don't care what they have to say because their opinion doesn't matter because they're not as good as me, or whatever the underlying rationale may be. And that's unfortunate, because if you have that attitude, you are not going to grow very much in the industry. Now, there is of value to knowing the subject you're talking about. So I'm not saying that it's completely irrelevant to know the topic of what you're talking about, but that doesn't mean that it invalidates the opinion of someone who doesn't know all the ins and outs. Because clearly they have some sort of view on it that perhaps doesn't align with your own, but it's not, let me think for a second. I'm gonna say this. It's not that they don't know what they're doing or what's up or whatever. They may just not have the vocabulary to express it. And that goes back to what I was saying before about they don't know exactly what's wrong, but they know something's wrong. And maybe if they had the training and experience you have as a developer, assuming you're a developer, then maybe they'd be able to express that and communicate that to you. But the fact is that they don't. And that makes it very hard. So it's on you as a developer to put in the extra work to kind of parse out what the hell are they talking about. Maybe what they're saying sounds insane to you as a developer. You're like, no, that's not how this works at all. That has nothing to do with this. It's actually this or whatever. And that's fine. But the reason they're not giving you the information that you're expecting, or the information in a way that's understandable to you, is because they just don't have the vocabulary for it. And you can't expect them to have the vocabulary for it. And this is not the only reason for communication breakdown, but it's often a big part of it. I mean, if they're just an egotistical asshole, then, well, I think that's the primary problem there. But let's say they are willing to, think about, or let's say they are willing to embrace feedback that comes from someone. Again, the next hurdle is understanding what the other person is saying. And if you don't have that, then, well, there's kind of a problem there. And it's one that needs to be overcome with work in a way. And it's going to be more work on your shoulders, but it's absolutely imperative that you do kind of parse these things out. And you will get better at it as you do it, of course. I've gotten pretty used to taking in feedback that sounds like nonsense, but I understand exactly what they're talking about. Because, well, number one, again, I play video games, so I kind of have an idea of both the time before I knew the vocabulary to express myself in game design and game development. I have the memories of those days. But I also put in an effort to continually think about that aspect of it, to try to make sure that I am understanding when I do get feedback. I'll get confused sometimes too. I'll be like, I don't know what this guy's talking about. I have no fucking clue. That's not how that works. And I think he's thinking in the wrong direction. I think he's conflating, the A with B and so on and so forth. And that's fine, but you have to use that information to work it out instead of just dismissing it as that guy doesn't know what he's talking about, so fuck him. I'm not going to listen to him. You know, you can't. Oh, you certainly could do that if you wanted to, but you're an asshole if you do. And you're not going to be able to understand what might be wrong with your game. Maybe nothing's wrong. Maybe it's just a miscommunication or something. Maybe that person just doesn't realize that there's a mechanic that does that. And that's fine too, but that's all the effort of communication. You have to want to communicate with the other person first and foremost, but then you have to put in the work to actually bridge that gap. There's often very few instances where you can't bridge that gap, assuming that you want to put the time into it. Again, maybe you don't have the time to do that, and that's fine. You could just say, oh, cool, and then just accept the feedback, save it in a notepad or something, and take a look at it later. I mean, you don't have to, you don't have to spend your entire day on Twitter replying to stuff. For me, it's getting to the point that I would absolutely spend all my time on Twitter answering questions if I could, but I can't do that. So oftentimes what I'll do is I'll bookmark stuff, or I'll post something and I'll just let it sit for a few hours. And then 5 hours later, I'll come back and I'll look at all the stuff that came in and I'll answer what I can all in one shot. And you know, if there's multiple questions of the same thing, you know, you can copy the answer from one to another or whatever, and that's fine. But if I were to actually want to answer each individual one and all that stuff, it would take up my whole time, and I can't do that, obviously. Otherwise the game wouldn't get made, and well, nobody wants that either. So I always, at least, even if there's no either I don't have time to answer it, or I think it would take way too long to explain it, I would at least like leave a like on it to like give the acknowledgement of, yeah, I saw that, or that's cool, or I'll consider it. I think that's a good universal language for people. It takes almost no effort. Just leave a little like on it. And that kind of gives the other person the acknowledgement, oh, he saw it. Okay. At least I know he read it. And I think that's a good, easy thing you can do to at least acknowledge feedback, even if you don't have the time to either address it or you don't have the time to get into a discussion about it. The least you can do is acknowledge it. Or you can just type simply. It takes 2 seconds to type, oh, cool, I'll look into that. Or, oh, thanks for the feedback. You know, something like that. That's fine. You know, and you're going to mess up. Sometimes you'll miss something because you get 100 billion notifications and it's hard to keep up. And I'm reaching that point too, where it's a little difficult to keep up with all the, you know, hundreds of like notifications and shit. And you're just scrolling by and you might just scroll by a reply that you just didn't see. And I know that that's going to increasingly happen over time. I feel a little sad about that because in some ways it's more fun. I think these are just light attacks, right? Did I put all the air lights in one file or no? Hold on. No, I guess I didn't. Here's this one. Okay. And I kind of lament that it's getting to that point because I really do like answering questions and stuff about stuff and talking about these things. Obviously, I'm here jabbering the whole time, right? But I just don't have the time for it like I used to because the volume of questions and stuff coming in sometimes exceeds that. You know, I'll do what I can, but at some point, if I get in 100 questions or whatever, it's not really that bad yet, but it can be a bit overwhelming, and I just like have to step back and be like, look, I just can't spend all my day on Twitter. And that's unfortunate, but that's just how it goes, right? Do I got any more tea? Oh, good, I got more. It's getting low, though. Let's pour it all out. It's all cold now, anyway. Which is alright. I don't mind cold tea, but it's better hot sometimes. I don't look forward to the day that I'm completely overwhelmed and the majority of things I won't be able to answer or communicate with. And I've been thinking about that, and that's kind of where I come to the conclusion of, well, if we can't do that, right, then the least we could do is leave a like or something. I'm trying to think of ways to like mitigate that. At some point, it's just impossible. If you just get hundreds of replies on something, you just can't reply to everything, right? It would take up way too much time. So you get, yeah, so you get 100 replies. Even just leaving a like is going to take some time off of that, but I think you should still make an effort to suss it out. The one thing that I've talked to other devs about is negative feedback or uncaring feedback or other things. Like not good comments, we'll put it that way. I think there's a fundamental rewind. There's a knee-jerk reaction to always taking those comments in the worst possible light. And there's two reasons that that's not good. Obviously, for one, maybe the person didn't mean to communicate it. What might have looked harshly. You know, a lot of times we read a tone into text, right? And be like, whoa, this asshole just kind of came out of nowhere and blasted me with this tweet. But sometimes it's just, that's the way they communicate, and, you know, maybe they shouldn't communicate that way or whatever, but for whatever reason they did. And you're left holding the bag, so to speak. And there's two things you can do. You can infer the tone, think they're an asshole, get mad at them, and now you're mad about the thing they said. Or you can just assume the best in every comment that you get, knowing full well that sometimes people are just being mean or dismissive or whatever. But if you just kind of pre-assume that their communication could potentially just be in good faith and they're just not good communicating, then I think you'll be much happier with your feedback. Because obviously some of it's like, oh, your game fucking sucks. Okay, like, sure, I guess that's fine. I don't care so much about those. I mean, you're always gonna get unhappy people to a degree, and you're not gonna make everybody happy. And some people just want to be mean, and that's fine. It's okay to feel upset by it, but it's important to put that into perspective, I think. Where you don't, I know like people are like, don't focus on it or whatever. I mean, it's hard too, because, you know, you get blasted, somebody comes out of the woodwork on Twitter and they're like, you're an asshole and slur, and I don't like your fucking game or something. You know, it's a little hard to not take that to heart. Not so much that taking it to heart, but it's a little hard to ignore that and not be mad at it, right? I mean, that's just normal to be upset by something like that. Is this in the right folder? Yeah. Okay. But it does you no good to focus on that. The only thing it can do is make you upset. And hold on, let me find this. There. All it can do is make you upset, and that's no good. You don't want to be upset. That can throw you off in what you're doing. I don't know. I guess part of what I'm saying is kind of like, don't let it bother you, but I know it's not possible to completely be devoid of that kind of stuff. But wait, is this in the right one? Oh, it's not. Hey, did I save that? Save. Yeah, sure. Okay, then redo all the changes, then save as, well, I just don't want to screw this up. Save as this. Yes, there we go. And then export to GIF. There. Okay. it's okay to be upset by those comments, but try not to let it get to you, I guess. Anybody that's gonna be an asshole on Twitter and roll up and be like, you're a slur and I don't like your fucking game or something, I don't know. They're worthless. Why bother entertaining that? It's like, okay. And there's tons of people out there that would just do the same thing. They just want to be assholes. They want to watch the world burn. And it's not worth investing your energy into that, I guess. They're a dime a dozen. You're not going to change their mind if they're going to be, assholes about it. They're clearly not there to help you. So, I mean, that's the kind of stuff you can disregard. It basically has no value. However, there is that, like I said, there is that gray zone though, where you could have somebody coming in that maybe they're not trying to be rude, but what they said is rude. Maybe English is not their first language, and they're being very direct because that's the only way they know how to communicate in English. Or maybe they're just, what's the term? I heard this term and I kind of liked it. Was it neurodivergent? So like, say maybe their communication skills are really poor for whatever reason. Maybe it's a medical condition or whatever, or that's just how they are. That's fine. And they're communicating in a way that might come off rude or crass or something, but they don't understand that that's the case. That is just how they communicate, right? Instead of getting bent out of shape about every little detail about how they communicate, try to just parse out what they're trying to communicate. Maybe they said something that sounded asshole-ish, but they didn't mean it that way. Or maybe they're just a little jaded and that's just how that they communicate. But it doesn't mean that information is not useful to you. I guess I'm kind of like reiterating the same thing, but I'm trying to, I guess, get the most accurate way I feel about it to communicate. See, I'm trying to communicate with you guys. I'm struggling to come up with the vocabulary to explain what I mean. So I'm kind of repeating myself, I guess. I'm trying to work through it to figure out, like, what exactly am I trying to say? Sometimes that little bit of effort really helps. But yeah, maybe they, for whatever reason, they're not communicating in a way that you prefer or whatever. That doesn't mean what they say has no value. So you have two options. You can just ignore it, or you can attempt to figure out what they're actually trying to say, or just take the information and leave out the emotional part of it. Say, like, someone could come in and be like, I really don't like what you did with Ken. I don't like this. Well, maybe they weren't trying to be an asshole. Maybe they're just trying to express how they feel about something. And you know what? The thing that you made them feel something in that case. I think that's also important. The fact that they even went out of their way to comment on what you did kind of fulfills the primary goal of art, right? I mean, art is, in a way, a foundation of emotional communication. Like painters will paint something so that you feel something about them. And something that just paint it just because they want to paint it, but it instills some sort of emotional response in a person. If you have an emotional response, somebody felt enough about something you made to come and talk to you about it and to leave a comment, whether it's nice or potentially not nice, like, they felt something about it, and there's value in that. You made something that people felt something from. That's kind of cool, right? If you look at it that way, that's kind of neat. And I don't know, I guess that makes me feel better about it when I think of it that way. Oh, there's a bot. Fuck off. Block. Ban. Bye. YouTube's gotta get their act together. We're getting way too many bots on YouTube now. Let's see. Right. I kind of lost my place here. Max mode. We want max mode stuff. Not the clean folder, the old folder. Where is max mode? I don't know, I feel like I'm rambling in circles now, but hopefully you got something out of that. Okay, it's max activation 1 and 2. Okay, I guess it's these ones. This one actually looks really cool with the frayed shoulders, but unfortunately, we did have to get rid of them. But that's okay. Because I could potentially confuse these two, I am going to do them one at a time. The poses are close enough that it's a little difficult to tell them apart sometimes, especially without the frayed edges. Okay, and then we will save this into here. I guess when I think about it, it is kind of a message of a lot of the onus is on you to take something potentially in a way that wasn't meant to be a certain way, or maybe it was, but you're just making the best of it, right? And in some way that message kind of sucks, because maybe you're not the problem in the equation, but you're the one left holding the bag. You're the one left sorting things out, and that kind of sucks. But what better way is there to do it? You want to just throw every single piece of feedback into the shredder? Because you don't like it? I think that's the wrong answer. You know, what are you going to do? You're just going to ignore everything? Why would you do that? You're not going to find anything out about your game or how people feel about it if you don't engage with what they think and feel about it. Oh, really? Is that sprite not on this sheet at all? Really? I never put it on this sheet? Hold on. Is that right? The one I just deleted off the other sheet. One on the right here. I actually don't see it here. Yeah, I never put it on the source sheet. That's funny, actually. So, yeah, I don't see it. Okay. What I'm gonna have to do then is... That means we haven't edited it either. Just gonna have to grab it. Yeah, and we'll just put it here. I don't know if I actually use this pose here. So what I'm gonna do is rearrange this here on this sheet. Something like that, right? In fact, let's confirm what exactly this animation is. Wake my controller out of sleep. Boink. Okay, he goes down, up. So the first frame is not that, actually. It is this. That's what it looks like. So let's take that out. This is what I do when it's a reused one. I do this. And then I'll fill it in. Actually, an easier way to do that would probably be just to mark it off with the selection tool. Then make sure contiguous is off, assuming I'm pronouncing that right. And then you can just fill it. It's probably the better way to do that. Okay, and then it goes directly into that pose. And it goes right to there. Okay, so we don't use this one anymore. That's useful information. So we will take this and we'll put it in the unused category. There you go. Ta-da! We have fixed the sheet. Well, updated it, I guess would be the clearer term here. There. So we know what's being used and what's not. In that case, too, I might just remove that one in its entirety. Is this from? That's from Sheets. And this is from here. Okay. Oh, yeah, we also have to edit this one to get rid of the tatter. And we'll do it by doing that. That looks okay. We might have to see that in color to confirm. But it looks okay. And then what I'm going to do here is just going to fill this in so that we know we don't want it anymore. I was going to write unused, but I don't think there's any... Let's write a question mark. There we go. How about that? We don't know if that one's used anymore. Cool. And this one actually was a PNG file, so we will export this one as a PNG. We do have to keep the file types the same. Because when we overwrite the file from here to here, then we have, if they're not the same type, then they'll be imported as a second sheet. So, okay. Yeah, let's maximize it, unmaximize, and then refresh. There. Boink. Yep, there, we got the rounded shoulders. It looks alright. I think this right shoulder might have to change a little bit. Cool. Hey, look at that. It works. Oh yeah, what was the final frames here of this animation? Okay, and then it just goes back to that, and then it goes back there. Okay. What I will do then... Oh, that's not the one though. I will grab this here. It's not super important here because I got it in the animation, but I can just grab this here and then do this. For his neutral special, he wields a gun. Well, maybe in KOF R2 that would be the case. KOF R2 and the Neo Geo Pocket Color, they did, what was it now? They added items to the game, and one of them was literally just a gun. And you could equip it on the character, and down, forward, and punch became a gun move. Every character had it. It's just funny. I don't know. It was just really funny. I thought that was hilarious. Let's see. So the push block. We don't have push block anymore, but we do have alpha counter. It does use the same pose. But if we change the name of the file now, it will not hold up. It will think it's a different sheet and re-import it, and that's all. You don't want that. You know, I should have been doing this on the anchored sheets. Whoops. Well, whoops. That's all right. You know what? Actually, I'd have to go and separate these two. These are all GIFs. I'd have to actually go and create different layers for them and stuff. I don't know if I'd want to do that or not. Actually, wait, no, this should be easier. Hold on. This might actually be easier to work with. Hold on. This should be alright. What I need to do is find the damn sheet with the one I need to replace right now. I know it's in here. Can use it. Oh, here it is. What I can do is just make a new layer and then put the new pose on top. That is not the pose. Here's the pose. Put this one on top on the new layer. and then just hide this layer, and then save as, and put it in here as an A sprite. And then we can just, well, this one should be a GIF though. That would make that one a GIF. Yeah, there we go. That'll work. I showed up to every other stream and I always see progress being made. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm glad people watch it. I do get comments every now and then. They're like, oh yeah, I watch your streams and stuff. I'm like, oh, that's cool. Sometimes it's kind of like, I don't know how many people are actually watching it at a given point. Or people are actually staying for it all or whatever. Yeah, today we're making Ken try on his Christmas gift of no more tatters. No more hobo outfit. Yeah, let's close that one. Yeah, we can, yeah, let's take the anchored sheets from now on. Oh, wait, what's the next pose we need? Next pose we need is the throw. So let's open that. God, yeah, this will be much more simple. So we'll go to, assuming that they're all in here. Some of them might not be in here. Here, throw forward, right? We'll save this as an A sprite here. Call that one anchor, make a new layer. Oh, this is gonna be way easier too. I might be able to just like paste it all in. Yeah, and then just adjust the offsets here. There. Then you could even make this like semi-transparent. And then you can see how they match up. Isn't that neat? Okay, save it. And I'm pretty sure this was a GIF. Boom. I think you might like Godot. I work in it and it's much easier than Unity for most things. I don't know. I don't know too much about it, to be honest. I'm just used to working in Unity at this point, so just kind of rolling with that. I was thinking that if I was going to change engines, my thought would be to change to Unreal instead. But I don't know what the capabilities of Godot is. I know there's people that there's a bunch of fighting game developers that are starting to use it, but I don't know of its advantages, disadvantages, or how it compares to other stuff. So I don't know what. I don't know. I don't know if I would switch to it or not. Wait, was this back throw? Was the next one? Yes, it is. Okay. So we'll call that anchor. Set up a new layer. And, oh, we want to save this too. That one's a GIF as well. So let's do that. Close that. What were we talking about before? I feel like I've lost the plot now. What were we even talking? We were talking about feedback, but didn't I move on to something else? I don't know now. Before we started talking about engines and stuff. I got all excited about using the anchored sheets as a base now. And I forgot what I wanted to do. Or what I was talking about. That's okay. So probably ran the gambit on that one anyway, whatever it was. Ah, my throat feels so strange today. Not bad, just maybe I'm dehydrated a little bit. Feels like I just have to keep clearing it, and it feels scratchier than normal. I don't feel sick, but who knows? Who knows? I don't. Oh wait, we have to make sure to hide the anchor when we export it too. I forgot about that. So the ones that we just exported, the throw forward, back throw, I guess, was it called forward throw? Shit, I don't know where it is now. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Here it is. Okay, maybe I did hide the layer under it. I was gonna say, if I do happen to make it semi-transparent, that helps to align things, but that dot will be there if I export that. So I have to make sure to export it while it's hidden. Let's see, overhead. Got the overhead going. I'm just trying to identify it visually. Right here. Save as a sprite. Anchor. New layer. Oh, we'll make this semi-transparent. That way we'll have an idea of what we filled in and what we haven't. Copy. Paste. I guess kind of to touch a little bit again about feedback. When you dismiss people's feedback, not only are you being an asshole, which is bad enough, but you're also leaving important information off your table. You're not accepting things that might actually be real helpful feedback. And that's not good. The more information that you have about the game, your game, or project, or whatever, piece of art, music, whatever, the better. Even if you don't agree with it, that's fine. You don't have to agree with it. But knowing how people feel about what you've done is very important, because it can give you some clues on where you might want to head next. And the key word here is might. You don't have to kowtow to everything that comes in. In fact, it's very difficult to manage that sometimes. Sometimes it's very difficult to know what you should and shouldn't be doing. Wait, that doesn't have the anchors. Hold on. It's not difficult to know what you should and shouldn't change about something. You could absolutely get feedback that's like, I don't like a thing. Oh, I guess there is no anchors for this. Okay, that's fine too. Let's just resave this. Sometimes you get feedback that just doesn't make sense, or, you know, it's like, oh, I just wouldn't do it that way. And that's fine, perfectly valid. You don't have to kowtow to everything that comes your way. And I certainly don't. I get feedback all the time that I'm like, yeah, I see where you're coming from, I just don't agree, or just, it's not the kind of game I want to make, or I think that won't work for XYZ reasons. You know, I think it would just be better the way I have it. Or maybe sometimes I'll be like, okay, I actually, not that I don't like that idea that you proposed, but it does give me something to think about in a different direction. So maybe I don't like that idea, or I don't think that'll work for whatever reason, but it made me think about it, and I've come to a different compromise. I have a different idea that might actually fix this. And there's actually a good... Oh, hold on. Get my shortcuts right here. There's actually a good interview with... I think his name's Kevin Hart? I don't know. He goes by like Keats on Twitter. The Keats or something? I don't know. FGC guy, he worked on Killer Instinct. Is it Keats? Yeah, Adam Hart. This guy. He worked on Killer Instinct 2016. Not the original, but the Xbox reboot. You can always find out what you said later through the VOD. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Sometimes I do go back to not necessarily to like see what I said, but to like get an idea of what I did last week. Yeah, Adam Hart. Yeah. Anyway, so this guy, he worked on Killer Instinct, and he described a problem where one of the characters had something that people considered OP, and all the feedback was, "This is OP. You have to change it. This is OP. You have to change it." And what happened was they took that feedback and they're kind of like, "Well, no, we don't actually agree with that." So what they did instead is they changed a different move that had very high correlation to the usefulness of the one that people thought was OP. And so when they changed that other move, no longer was the other move having the same effect anymore. And that allowed them to fix the problem that people perceived with that one move by changing a different one. It was something like one move lets you set up something for the other one. So they changed the move so that it wouldn't set up into the same situation or something. I think it's on Hold Back the Block on the YouTube channel. Let me look it up quick. Might be that one. Hold Back to Block. Yeah. They do FGC documentaries. And this one was a while ago. Yeah, he's been pretty active lately. So there's Teaching Instinct, Creating the Greatest Fighting Game Guide. No, it's not that one, I think. It might be here. Fight On, Killer Instinct Story Documentary. Yeah, I think it's this one. This is a very good, it's an hour and 45 minutes. Very, very good documentary on Killer Instinct. It's either that one or another one that's related to it. But it's definitely a KI video. And they talked about what the problem was and how they solved it in a different way. And then after they made that change, you know, like for them, the validation of it actually fixing the issue was no one was talking about that move being OP anymore. So they know that they fixed it in that way. And so imagine a world where they're like, they're just not listening to the community because they feel that they're better than them and they're designers and they don't have to listen to anything a non-designer says. Well, their game would still have that problem and people would still be bitching about it. So, there you go. Don't be an asshole. How about that? Just blanket statement. Just stop being an asshole. If people are assholes to you, it's on you to figure out how to respond to that. But, oh shit. I didn't put it on its own layer. Fuck me. Hold on. Are we in the right file? We are. Okay. Alright. Is that victim blaming? People are assholes to you, it's on you to figure out how to take it? I guess so. But I think you have to look at it not so much like whose responsibility is it to change or to communicate differently or whatever, and look at it from a perspective of, yeah, sure, you could get mad about this and been out of shape and all angry and shit, but where is that going to get you? And yeah, that does put a lot more onus on you, and that is unfair. But what's going to help you grow is not ignoring people. What's going to help you grow is to take that feedback and try to use it in a positive manner. Kind of want to play a bit of KI now? It's on Steam now, right? You can get it. Hey, you can try it free too. There was one of the, if not the first, but one of the first fighting games that tried a free-to-play model. You get like a free demo, and I think you get like a rotating character every week or something. And then you can buy only the characters that you want, and it was kind of a cool thing that they did. It was pretty revolutionary at the time. Think of it as an opportunity to get more data about your product. Yes, essentially. I mean, whether they like it or not, feedback is still valuable. Them not liking it is still valuable feedback, even in and of itself. If you get a lot of negative comments, then maybe something's wrong. And it sucks if that's the case, but it might just be how it is. Maybe through that feedback you see a pattern emerging and you're like, hey, you know what? It didn't make sense when I heard this, 5 people talking about this, but when I started to take all the data into consideration, this pattern emerges where people are talking about this certain thing, and maybe I can figure out how to fix that. Maybe there is something wrong here. And that's a way more productive way to view all that. And yeah, it sucks, but you know what sucks more? Molding about it. Okay, there was one already. All right, we're just gonna redo this one because this one's got the anchors now. So let's make this slightly transparent. I bought it twice. That's fine, they deserve it. It's alright. I've done that too. I've got 2 copies of Assault Android Cactus. I've got one on the PC, the original, and then I've got one on Switch. They did a physical copy on Switch, and I was like, you know what? I fucking love this game. I want an actual physical copy of this game. And so I went and I ordered it, and I got it, and I'm happy with it. Yeah, if you spend any time on this channel, you know I love that game. I'm not shy about that one. The more that I play it, the more I realize it's one of my favorite games of all time. There's very few games that I'll come back to and play like that one. I just love it. And I'm not ashamed to state what I love, I guess. Same thing, well, but they're both digital copies of Cactus. Yeah, I would, even if they didn't have a physical copy, I would have still bought it on Switch just to have it on the go. Because it runs really well on Switch. Absolutely. 100%. I love it. I play the Switch one the most, actually. Even if I play it docked, I most likely play the Switch one, because it's just easier to set up, turn the channel to, to the Switch and just start playing it, instead of like closing everything on my computer and then booting it up. Well, I don't necessarily have to close everything, but sometimes if you've got Unity open, games don't like that. And they'll get a little goofy. You have to be careful about that. It can freeze or crash the game or crash the video drivers, which typically ends up crashing the game. Something like that. So I'll play it on the Switch if it's available there. Just kind of across the board for almost any game. But I guess that's besides the point. Let's see, we've got... Okay, this is an unused one. I think these are it. Oh, they do have an anchor. Okay. Good. I'm kind of not paranoid about it now, but I'm kind of like watching more to see if it's actually has an anchor or not, since that one sheet didn't even have them. That's okay. But yeah, I've come to the realization that Cactus is one of my favorite games of all time. I play it so regularly, I just kind of had to realize after a while, like, yeah, you know what? Guess this is one of my goats. I come back to it all the time. And I don't ever seem to particularly get bored of it. It's just really fun. Given that I actually haven't finished the game, I have not done the campaign plus yet. I kind of keep putting it off. Part of me just likes to grind the infinity drive, but I feel like I'm hitting the wall on that a lot more lately. It's still fun, but I think I need to switch it up a little bit. All right. I'm starting to get like tunnel vision on this stuff. It helps to talk while doing this kind of work. This is the mundane kind of part of it. Okay, so what I'm gonna do at this point, I should have been paying attention to this too. 122. If I accidentally put one in the wrong category, we end up with more files than we need. So 122, still 122. Okay. And then we hit that, and let's see. Man, we did a whole bunch of them. We've got Hadoken, we've got the throw, we've got the crouching medium kick. Oh, controller went sleep. Oh yeah, that looks good now. Oh yeah, we got all the normals now. Yeah, no more tatters, no more hobo, let's go. I don't think we did the Tatsu yet, but we did do Shoryu. Which means the, oh. Ah, I didn't get it right. Boom. That one's all set now. Let's see. We get the crouching normals? Looks like it. Yeah, look at that. We got that. Push block. Well, that's only part of that animation. First we got that one. That one's working now. Throwing, right? Throwing. Oh, air normals, yeah. Kind of hard to see them because they're in motion, but I see no tatters. Yeah. Let's see. And grabbing. Ooh. Yep. Oh, and overhead, yeah. Looking good. I don't think we did special kicks yet. No, they're still tattered. Oh, and throw backwards. Whoa. That one looked like... Yeah, there's one that's tattered there. So, let's take a look. It might be because it's a knockdown frame. No! It's not because it's a knockdown frame, it's because we never fucking edited. Okay. Alright, hold on. We'll edit it. We missed one! Must have a selection somewhere. There we go. So it'll be either that or that. I think that works better. Yep. Missed one. Yeah, so communication. I think TLDR is try to communicate with your players. And that's the basic thing, right? Just attempt to actually communicate. You have to want to actually communicate. Set your goddamn ego aside and communicate. And I know it's hard and you might not always get it, especially if you're not used to doing it. But you know what? It'll help you in the long run. It'll absolutely help. Let's see. Oh, it's step kick. We didn't check that one out. So, that's right. This is why we checked them, by the way, since we... let me refresh it. It's getting a little laggy there. the editor can lag quite a bit at times. That's why we check each and every one of them, because sometimes we'll notice, like I noticed the back throw, I'm like, something there didn't look right. Oh, yeah, we have to re-import all of them. Refresh. Okay. And hey, it's fixed. Okay. Cool. Step kick looks good. Don't see any frame there. That one looks alright. He doesn't have too many command normals. He's got that. He's got this. He's got this. I think that's it for that. Cool. Alright. Tatsu's next. Yeah, I think a lot of people try to pass off. I don't know how to put it. I think typically when you see people who are like, how can I explain this? Let me think for a moment. I think people will sometimes use an excuse of, like, maybe they do, you know, make a very tiny effort to hear someone out, and then they're like, I don't know what the fuck this guy's talking about, and then they'll write it off with some sort of excuse. I think in those cases, typically what's going on is, like, for some reason there's an unwillingness to want to communicate with that person, or an unwillingness to communicate with that person, whether they don't want to, or they don't feel they have the time. You know, it could be, like I said, there could be a time factor to it. You just don't have the time to answer every question on Twitter, kind of thing. But I think a lot of times it ends up to be like an unwillingness to communicate, and it could be an ego thing. You know, it's like, oh, well, they're not a designer. Why should I care what they have to say? They don't know what they're talking about. You know, something like that. But I think it all stems to kind of like a willingness to communicate or not. Because communication's not easy. It's very, very easy to dismiss it. Well, they don't know what they're talking about. I don't have to talk to them. I don't have to communicate with them. I don't have to, you know, whatever. You know what I mean? And that's unfortunate. I find that to be unfortunate. I guess it's probably just the word. I don't know what else. How else would you describe it? It sucks, right? It just sucks. It annoys me when I see that, for sure. I try to, and some developers don't know how to manage it, and that's valid too, right? They're just like, they just don't see. They may just not see the value in it, not because they're being assholes necessarily, but they just don't understand, I guess. They'll get a lot of negative comments, or they'll get a lot of unenthusiastic comments, or they'll interpret it as an unenthusiastic comment. And they'll get down about it, and they'll shut down communication because they don't see any value in it. And I've had talks with developers about this, where they get some feedback, you know, negative feedback. All they're getting is negative feedback. All people are talking about is they don't like this or that. They don't like this or that. I'm not saying about what they do like. So I told them, and I said, essentially, you get information by that. That's actually good information. How do you... There's two ways you can take it. You can take it as, people don't know, people don't like these certain set of things. And that's true. That's one interpretation of the data. But there's another interpretation of the data being, you know, the feedback that you're getting, that what aren't they complaining about? Oh, we're not complaining about the gameplay, or they're not complaining about this or that or whatever. I'm like, then that means they're fine with it. Typically, people will typically go out of their way to give you what they don't like, but not necessarily tell you what they do like, because they don't think about it. It's good, it works good, it's not on their mind. It's the things that don't work, the things that are bothering them, that they will bring up to you. So when I see, oh, people don't like a certain portion of it, I also have to look at what aren't people talking about, what aren't people saying about. And there's two conclusions to draw there. Either one, it's fine, it hasn't crossed their mind, because usually it's only going to cross their mind if there's something bad, or it just doesn't stand out in any particular way. Some people will comment, holy crap, you know, graphics on this game look amazing. Well, the graphics are just okay. Typically, you don't get any responses for it. They're just nobody's going to come out and be like, well, this was stand out, and I didn't like this, and well, here's all the things that were fine. This was fine, this was fine, this was... You don't usually get that. You'll get just, I don't like this, and I really like this, and then everything else is just kind of in the middle. And that means it's okay, essentially. There's two things. There wasn't enough standout to talk about it. But that goes both ways. That's good, you know? That if no one's talking about it, then no one's really got a problem with it. Maybe it's not as standout as you'd like it to be, but there's still a positive bit to correlate from that. And I think that's very important. And after that talk, they felt better about the feedback they were getting, and I was happy to see that. You know, it gave them a kind of a different perspective on that. Sometimes it's easy to get lost in the weeds on that, because you're really close to it. Like, oh, I made this thing, I'm proud of this thing, I worked so hard on this thing, and I put it on Twitter, and the only comment I got back was someone didn't like part of it. That sucks. You know what I mean? You put it out there and you're just like sending your baby to school. I don't know. I guess that's an analogy people use sometimes. But it's true, right? It's absolutely true. You put it out there and it's kind of, you know, you're attached to it. Of course you're going to be attached to it. You made it. You invested so much into it. Blood, sweat, tears, money, everything. So it's easy to get upset when you don't get the reaction that you expect, or you get the negative reaction you feared, or people just aren't acknowledging one part or another. And again, you have to remember that typically a person won't mention something that's okay. They'll just mention something that's bad, or they'll mention something that's stand out in some way. But if they doesn't do either of those things, you're just not going to get any feedback on it, typically. You might get somebody out there, maybe a designer will be like, oh, that was cool. You know, I see what you did there. You know, they have that eye for that kind of detail. They have the experience to identify a certain thing, and they may come to you and be like, oh, that's cool, I like that you did this and that. But not everybody's a designer. In fact, most people are not. So you're not going to get that from most people. And that's okay. Not everybody has to be a designer. So, I don't know. I know I'm going in circles, but I think it's important though. I see way too many designers fall into that trap. Or just developers in general. Artists. We'll say artists. It's all art, right? Too many artists fall into that trap of being so invested in their own thing, which is fine, that's normal, that they get upset when the feedback seems harsh or seems, you know, indifferent. I think another thing too is, it's easier to take feedback from someone in your field. And it might be easier to accept that there's something wrong if somebody that you recognize were to deliver it to you. But I think that's a kind of an ego thing. And it's hard to separate that sometimes. It's always good to assume that whoever you're communicating with, or someone who reached out to you or whatever, a tweet, anything like that, I think it's always good to assume that anybody at any time could have a perspective that you didn't realize, regardless of their skill level in a certain thing. That makes sense? Assume that they might have noticed something that maybe you didn't. If you go into it that way, then potentially anybody could have valuable information. Think of it like that. And if anybody could have valuable information, then you better pay attention to everybody. You know? Bots are out of control on YouTube. Yeah, for real, right? It's crazy. Like, Twitch was having that problem, and everybody's complaining on Twitch, and then that went away. They figured it out. And then all the bots went to YouTube instead, I guess. I don't know. It's annoying, but it's also kind of funny at the same time. Yeah, assume the other person knows something that you don't. How about that? Assume the other person might know something that you don't. There's always an opportunity to learn in that kind of scenario. If you go with it with that attitude, I think that helps. Like I said, it's hard to... It's not easy to do this, necessarily. To listen to feedback. It can be very painful at times. It can be very hard to kind of suck it up and just, you know, kind of admit something sucks or something might be wrong and to go with it. It can be very hard to do that. I think there's more condemnable reasons than others. Like if it's just an ego thing and you're just kind of a stuck-up asshole, I think you can absolutely condemn someone for that. That's a pretty easy one to throw in the pit of stop being an asshole. But I think when you get into the complex feelings about what you've made, that's where it gets a little gray. Like it's easy to get emotional about that kind of stuff. Absolutely. As I said, it's not that I don't feel those feelings. I just try to shove them as much as I can into a positive flow of some sort. What is this? Shinryuken? Shinryuken. Shin? S-H? Or Shinryuken. Here we are. Okay. It just didn't register me that it was just two poses, because the animation has more than that, but they're all reused. I think one thing, now this is getting into the real weeds here, but I had a discussion with somebody a long time ago about the portrayal of, I know we're getting religious now, the portrayal of Jesus, right? I promise this is not a religious evangelical thing, but what I thought was interesting about this particular comparison. Let's see, is this, yeah, it's a me. Wait, no, this is the wrong, yeah, we gotta move it here. Okay. What I thought was interesting about that discussion was the insistence to make sure that Jesus was as godlike and flawless as possible is actually counterintuitive to the message. So what I mean by that is, ask yourself this: what's more impactful? The fact that you knew Jesus was completely flawless, and of course he abstained from all sins because of course he would, he's God and he's flawless and he can't do a sin because he can't do it. Or the fact that Jesus was just as human as everybody else and it was incredibly difficult for him to do that. So there's two takeaways there. If it's just that Jesus is different and he can't do wrong, how do you live up to that? You're not the same thing. You were going to struggle. Maybe it's impossible for you. What's the conclusion there? Maybe it's just flat out impossible. Okay, that's not good. That sounds demoralizing, if anything. Or Jesus was just as human as everybody else, and it was really fucking hard to do what he did, but he still managed to do it. I think that's the better message. And there seemed to be sort of like an effort to increase the amount of deification on Jesus, to be like, oh no, he was just flawless and perfect. And it's like, yeah, I don't think that follows the message very well of that kind of stuff. I don't think that's what you really want to be telling people. Because then what incentive is there to try at that point? I think that kind of relates to this, in that it's, you know, you see me talk about this stuff and you'll be like, well, maybe it's easy for him. No, it's not. It's not easy to do this kind of stuff, but it's worth doing. It doesn't make it easy. Doesn't mean I don't struggle and I don't fall victim to it. It doesn't mean I don't feel these feelings. And it's not easy to separate that sometimes, but it's crucial that you do. How about that? So yeah, wrapped that, turned it all around. It's all together now. How about that? But that's a conversation that stuck with me for a very long time. Not necessarily for the religious components of it, but just for the acknowledgement of, yeah, it's really tough to do good stuff sometimes, but you know what? You should still try to. Oh, these are all the damage states. I was thinking, like, wait, where the hell did these frames go then? No, those are blocking. Those aren't damage states. Okay, save and export. Yep. Okay. Damage is done. We need blocking now. Blocking. Back. Might be guarding. Might be under G for guarding. Crouching damage. I'm in the wrong folder. There you go. Yeah, I don't think it's under B. It's probably under G for guard. Get up, knock down, get up. Wait. Hey, who's that? Jodgers? I don't know how to pronounce that, I'm so sorry. Well, thank you for the follow though, I appreciate that. Jodgers. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. All right, that's a cool name. I like that. I like that. Thank you. Where it's got to be under G for guard, right? Yeah, here it is. 10 guard. Oh, and guard crush is a different one. Okay, well we'll do this one first. I think I run into that a lot too. You do see the attitude of like, oh, it's easy for you. It's like, no, actually it's not. Just because someone can do something doesn't mean that it's easy. I see that a lot with like art. They'll be like, well, look at that guy. Look how he paints. It's easy for him. And it's like, no, it's not. It is absolutely not. And that's kind of a self-defeating thing, you know? Oh, wait, this is gonna be GIF. It's kind of a self-defeating thing to be like, oh, I can't do that because it's easy for him, or whoever. Doesn't have to be he, obviously. So why should I bother? I'll never be that good because they're just good at it. It's like, no, that's not how that works. Very rarely. I mean, actually, you know, obviously people have certain affinities to things, but you know, when you see on Twitter the gorgeous painting that someone made, you don't see all the work that went into that. Even if you watch a live stream, you see the work that immediately went into it, but you don't see the years and years of practice and all the things I had to do to get to where they are. I think that kind of all kind of rolls in with what we've been talking about. Just because it looks easy doesn't mean it's easy. If it was easy, everybody'd do it, right? That's a good saying. I like that. If it was easy, everybody would do it. Because that really gets to the heart of it, I think. I think that really, really tracks. Oh wait, we're doing knockback, right? Blown away. It's not quite that one. Might be under knockdown. Knockdown, yep, that's it. And there's a layer of hope there too. You can also do it. You just got to get the work, put in the work to get there. And I think that's actually really cool to acknowledge. Oh, is that a... Yeah, that's a repeat. That's a repeat. Hold on. That's a repeat frame. Yeah, we're looking for this frame here. I think there's kind of like a message of hope in there. It's like, yeah, nobody kind of just magically ends up with the skill that they have. Even people that have affinities to skills, if they don't practice, they're not going to make anything of it. They'll be nowhere near as good as somebody who works at it all the time. You know, you could say, oh, maybe I have an affinity for game development, but if I never developed any games with it and didn't practice, I wouldn't be anywhere near where I am. Wouldn't even be close. I still think there's a hell of a long way for me to go. I mean, you can say, oh yeah, it's always the never-ending journey, and that's true, but there's lots of things that I'm not good at that may not be apparent. Like level design. God, I'm terrible at level design. I can supervise level design, but I'm terrible at coming up with new ideas for a level. That's really hard for me. I find that incredibly difficult, but I acknowledge that if I work at it, I should get better at it, right? So I'm hoping that manifests in the mansion game. I would like to be a better level designer. And maybe at some level, you know, there's an acknowledgement that maybe I'll never be a super great level designer. I can always improve though. Okay, still at 122. We're doing all right. Means I'm not mixing up any of my file formats here. I think, yeah, that's one of the big things I'd like to improve on is level design. That's one of my goals going forward. Let's see, do Dizzy? Sure. Where's the Dizzy? A, B, C, D, C, D, D damage, dash, Dizzy. Yeah. A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's one thing I'd like to improve. That's one of my biggest design gaps is level design. Very bad at that. And I hate that. And it pains me to think about it. And it's difficult to do something about it. But I'm not going to change if I don't do something about it. So, partially that's why I'm putting myself in that position in Mansion. And maybe I'll come to the realization that I'm just so bad at level design and I don't have the wherewithal to change that. And that's also okay to come to that conclusion. Because you will never be the master of everything. May not even be competent in everything. But Jeff, right? Yeah. Thanks so. It's also good to acknowledge that if that's the case. I don't have infinite energy to put into things. There are some things I just have to admit that I'm not going to be cut out to do. Maybe with enough time, I could get to where I would want to be with that, but I don't have infinite time to spend, and I don't have... I have to prioritize. What do I want to do the most? And prioritize based on that. Let's see. We've got the... Yeah, we'll just do the blown away. But this one's a ping now, right? Yeah. Alright, I'll have to make sure I remember that. Oh, that's actually the only other ping. I can tell here because when I go to save it, these are the only two that show up when ping is selected. That's helpful. Okay, then I know I don't have to worry about it for the other ones. What was I saying? Yeah, there's only so much you can focus on at once. You only have so much energy, right? So it's okay to admit that you're not going to be the master of everything. Maybe I'll come to the realization that I don't have enough time, or I don't want to dedicate enough time to improving my level design skills to the point where I think they need to be at for me to take over that kind of position. And that could be very possible. Of course, that leaves you into the problem of, okay, well then who's going to do it? You know, if it's not, it's not going to be you, it's got to be somebody, right? Or you're going to end up forcing yourself into it, and if it's half-baked, then that's no good either. But I think it's okay to acknowledge that. Sometimes you have such a low affinity for something, it could take a lot of work to make up for that. Maybe you'll never get to be where you think you need to be with the time that you have. And it's okay, again, to realize that. It's okay to prioritize. There's just like music. I just know I don't have the time and the dedication to improve my abilities at music composition or production or whatever, or even sound effects. It's just not going to happen. I'm not going to spend a mountain of time doing all that instead of other stuff. I'd rather spend that energy improving my design capabilities, or in some ways art capabilities. I know there's only so much I can do with the art, especially once I step outside of the realm of sprites. I'm very inadequate when it comes to pretty much every other part of art. But I'll never have enough time to get to that professional level. Unless I want to just like pretty much put everything else to the side. And I'm just not willing to do that, and that's fine. You have to prioritize what works for you, what you want to do, and focus on that. And that's cool. If you want to improve something, that's great. But when you come to the realization that, no, maybe I just don't care enough about it. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Just, you know, it's okay to admit that. There's nothing wrong with that conclusion. I've come to that conclusion for a bunch of things. Like I said, especially music. I just don't care enough about it. I'm never going to. I'm never gonna care about it enough to put in the amount of work necessary to fix it. It'd be cool to compose music. I think it's fun in some ways, and I've dabbled in it before, but I know it's just not a priority, and that's okay. I can leave that to other people whose priority is to master that kind of stuff. There's nothing wrong with that. I think it's just important to realize that's the case, though. Don't ever think that you can be the master of everything, because you'll burn out hard trying to do that kind of shit. I think, I feel like, at least for me, there are 3 things I can keep up with, and everything else is kind of tangential from there. And those 3 things, broad categorization of things, would be design, programming, and art. By art, I mean like visual art, sprites, color palettes, that kind of stuff. And that would be my 3 top skills if I had to name them. You know, in terms of like professional skills. Not like obviously like I lead a team and stuff, and there's skill involved with that, but I don't mean like, I don't even want to say productive skills, because it's still productive to lead a team. I don't know, I would say artistic skills, put it that way, I guess. I don't know, maybe there is an art to leading a team. Look, I'm not trying to make anybody, you know, upset here. Just, I feel like there's a difference between, it feels like a sub skill, right? I guess you could make it your professional skill to lead a team. That all, like, your focus is just leadership and like being, well, I guess like a producer is kind of that role, right? Their whole focus is keeping everybody on the rails, and there is that. If you get into a big enough company, you can just do that on its own. But here, we'll put it this way: in a small indie team, right? In a small indie team, typically the roles of like director and producer and stuff are sub roles, because we don't have enough people to throw around that we can just have one person dedicated to that. So let's just say that my perspective is coming from that point of view. So not trying to like shit on producers and telling them that their skills are not important or whatever. But in an indie project, a small team, your producer is going to be something else than not just going to be a producer. And there's absolutely a whole bunch of technical stuff that goes into being a good producer. But I think, so when I talk about it this way, let's just take it from that perspective, right? So I think my three main skills, your three biggest skills, design would be the topmost, programming would be the second, and art would be the third. And by the time you get to the third, you've fallen off a pretty good margin. The first two might be the only ones that you're truly going to be keeping up with. And by the time you get to the third one, you're really falling off the cliff there. It's kind of hard to, again, you can't master everything, so you have to focus on certain things. Let's see, chat says, mine to tell, gathering the Street Fighter Ken image to do what project? In other words, what project are you working on? Oh, okay. We're working on this, Pocket Fighter EX. It's a little fan Street Fighter, King of Fighters clone. Well, if I could do a combo, it'd be great. No, I'm not getting it. Alright, what are you gonna do that? This is what I'm working on. It's a fighting game, and you can do moves, and you can fight, and currently we are changing over Ken's sprites from... Well, like Ryu has tatters here. It'll be easier to see. See how Ryu's pants and stuff are ripped? His shoulders are ripped. We're editing Ken's sprites so that they're not ripped. So he's got a cleaner image to him. And so we've done all the sprite work for it, and we're updating the sprite sheets from the torn version into the not torn version. So here. Did we finish this one? I think so, yeah. What's the next one? We did Dizzy, we did that. Oh, we need this one. Standing up from being knocked down face down. There's so many damage states. It's actually like a significant part of a fighting game that people don't think about. Oh, here it is. Yeah, see, he's got the ripped ones here. And so we've done sprites to update that. Nope. Don't move forward. Yeah, so here's the new sprites. Here's the old ones. I'm going to put them on a different layer. And then we'll put the new ones over top of them. In this case, it should be small enough. We can just copy them both and then adjust them as necessary. Oh yeah, they're all lined up for us already. So, see? You can see where the differences are with the ripped pants and not ripped pants. Okay, then we just hide that other layer and export the final. And then what we do at the end, well, or periodically, just take all the new sheets and paste them over the old sheets. And here, hit the update, and boom. And then now all of a sudden those extra damage states are in there now. So he's coming along. He's coming along. We're doing pretty good. We're kind of at the end, I think. We've got that down. We did this one already. So the taunt is the next. I mean, we're pretty much done. We'll take the old sheet. We have a taunt here. I really wish they had a sub filter on here. If you could just type in another text box or down here or something, and then you could filter out by name, that would be so helpful. Here's taunt. So we take that one, we save it into the new folder with all the clean, non-ripped sprites. Do an anchor. Put them in. Turn the anchor. Oh, wait, no. Okay, put them in. Let them sit. The anchor needs to be this. There we go. Then we can take this and align that. And then take this one and align that one. And you can see in the background, though, the parts that are tattered if I turn it on and off. So we've edited them out. Okay, and this should be a GIF. Okay, and the win pose. A light at the end of the tunnel. We're here. Getting there. Can win. Yeah, I guess we got 2 of them. So my light dinner is starting to get to me. It's starting to slow down in my mind here. Well, Amber needs me to turn the light off. She's short. She can't reach it. So hold on a second. Okie dokie, I'm back. Get the light, man. I got it. Then the toilet seat fell off, which was fun. So I fixed that real quick, and I'm back now. We've got one, like where it screws into the back, it's actually like little switches, or not switches, but little clamps that you can undo by twisting on the one we have. Which is really neat if you want to take it off to clean it or something. But they do come loose every once in a while. So it kind of slid at an angle, and like one of the things popped out on the side. So I fixed that too. But I don't know why it was pertinent to tell everybody that, but there you go. Alright, we're almost through this. Let's plow on through, man. Oh, is this in the right folder already? It is. Okay, so we want a new layer. I'm gonna have to get something to eat after this. Had kind of a... Well, yeah, because of the giant Mega Man stream we did. For Mega Man's anniversary, was it 35th now? I forget what it is. Mega Man's old now. Anyway, we played a lot of Mega Man games. And that was a very long stream, and it was very fun. But it caused me to take a bit of a nap throughout the day. So I got up a little later than usual to get things set up. And so I kind of hastily ate something. But it wasn't all that substantial. So I'm gonna have to get something a bit more to perk me up. Okay, when to. I like this one from Bomberman 64. Okay, when to. Oh, it's not even called. Oh, it is called Can Win. Okay. I don't know why I didn't think it was. I'm fading fast, boys. Honestly, eating good or eating appropriate food. I don't know what you consider good or not, but eating appropriate food really can make or break your productivity in some ways. By either not eating enough, which can be a challenge, absolutely, if you're trying to diet, but you'll have to eat something appropriate for what you're doing. And what I mean by that is there's definitely some food that's better for brain power work than like other stuff. So like if you're going out on a construction site, you want different types of energy than if you are going to do like artwork. And a lot of people don't realize this until they really get into it. But the amount of energy, oops, that was not correct. Can I delete this one from here? Cannot. Alright, we'll delete that one in a second. Your brain consumes a lot of energy in order to keep going. People don't think about it. Usually you think about energy in terms of like, oh, you need energy to lift that rock, or you need energy to run a mile, or whatever. And all that's true, of course. But what that sort of hides is... Wait, are these sprites exactly the same? Hold on. Is this a duplicate? No, it's not. Yeah, that one's higher than the other. Okay. And that's whack. That threw me for a loop for a second. Like, so what's actually different here? It's the hair. The hair is higher. Lower and higher. But when you really get into like long production kind of stuff, oh, I say both the A sprite and the GIF. Yeah. The only reason I'm saving GIF here is because that's what I happen to start using in the project. Now, you don't have to use specifically ping or GIF or asprite or whatever. Now, Unity doesn't natively use asprite files, so I don't use those necessarily in the project assets, but I'll convert them to something else. So I'll export like a ping or a GIF. Normally I would export a ping, but when I first started this project, I exported everything as GIF. So like Ken sprites are all in GIF, with the exception of like a couple sheets are in ping. The thing is, it doesn't really matter for this type of graphics whether I'm using ping or GIF. It's more of a convenience thing. Typically, you just want to use ping because it's more flexible. Because Unity's going to, how do I put this? Unity will reformat what it wants into the format it wants to use anyway. So it doesn't matter if it starts off as a bitmap, a JPEG, a ping, or a GIF. It will take all of those and it'll convert those into like its format that it wants. So use the format that works best for you. And honestly, ping is probably the best one to use. Yeah, so ping has less compression on it. It won't introduce artifacting like JPEGs will, and it won't have limited color palettes like a GIF would. So ping's kind of like your safest bet, right? And going forward, I started using ping for everything, but when I started using GIF, if that makes sense. So if I replace the file though, I have to use the same format that the original one was in. So I'm saving these into GIF because I need to replace the GIFs that already exist in the project. If you introduce a ping version, it's going to treat it as a different sprite sheet, and now you're going to have two of them. And that causes a lot of headache if you're trying to update a file. So that's the reason that I'm doing that. Hopefully that makes sense. The dogs are going nuts about something out there. Okay, just making sure I saved that correctly. So I would recommend to use ping though, across the board, no matter what your image file is, as long as you don't need layers, it's fine. If you do need layers, you can use PSD. It natively supports PSD. There's nothing wrong with using that other than like file size. And you could use that for everything. Sure, you could use PSD for everything. It just the file size is going to be big for everything. The ping's kind of like that nice middle ground of there's no real compression, but it's not going to fill the hard drive up with a billion PSD files. For the backgrounds, for anything like that's like big and has layers, I absolutely use PSD. Because you can save the working copy from the PSD, and if you need to make an edit to the file, you don't have to worry about re-exporting it all. You just, make visible the layers that are supposed to be visible in-game, and then you're done. So PSD is really helpful. It's just kind of overkill for this project. We got intro, right? That one's intro. Yes, intro special. It's kind of it's not a great name for it, but that's fine. It should be called intro with Terry, probably, or intro with Ryu. Because that's really what it's supposed to be for. That he stands at this pose. In his special intro with Ryu. Okay, then we're gonna go to open. Not open. Let's copy this here. So to be clear, if Asprite was a recognized format, I wouldn't even export these to GIF. I would just save them in the Asprite and then import that into Unity, but Unity doesn't do that. But I need to keep these layers intact for my own sanity, let's say. They keep everything kind of straight, right? Makes it a lot easier to keep the layered version. But if Asprite was just natively accepted by Unity, I would do this. Now, I've seen some plugins to give Asprite files a sort of native implementation, but they're always kind of weird. They're not exactly doing what I want them to do. So I haven't used those. They don't really work the way the native importer works. And they try to specialize. And by doing that, they're doing things that both I don't like and don't want it to do. And it doesn't do the things in a generic fashion that I want them to do. And so it's like, well, I guess that doesn't work for what I want to do then. So an example, it might be like, oh, it imports the animation for you and it like extracts a ping or something, and then it slices the animation for you and all that. And it's like, I don't want that. I just want the file to appear as though it was like the way that PSDs work. It just takes it, and I'll slice the sprites myself, and I'll do the sheet export and all that, and not the export, but I'll get the sprites together and all that manually. Like, I don't want all that to be done for me, because the way it does it kind of wastes space. Excuse me, and I don't want to do that, but all the ones that I looked into seem to be kind of trying to automate it to the degree that it becomes difficult to work with if you want to use it in a generic sense, and I don't want to do that. So here we are. There we go. Intro with Terry. That one's named appropriately. Okay, and anchor. Dogs are going nuts in the background. I don't know if you can hear them barking or not. Sometimes the coyotes get around, right? Gotta go to lunch. Going off. Enjoy your time. Well, thank you. Blue E Gamer, if I'm saying that correctly. But thank you for stopping by. We do this on Monday, Thursday, and Sunday. If you want to come back and chat another day. And have a good lunch. I'm gonna need something to eat too in a bit. Let's see. Probably copy these two together. And last one here. Oh, wrong layer. And that's why I make this one semi-transparent. So if it's on the wrong layer, I'll know it immediately. Okay, we make this one invisible, and pretty sure this is a GIF, so save our GIF. And I'm surprised these are unused. Oh, extra and unused. There definitely is a rolling animation. Oh, Crazy Kick 3. That's not unused, but it is extra, I guess. I probably just never reorganized the sheet to show it. So we do want then... Well, here's a special kick. Let's do that one. On this layer. Oh, hey, look at that. They're all lined up for me. Ah, Bop, be gone. Block. Block. Is he gone? Hold on. There we go. Gone. Okay. Well, that one was easy. It was all lined up for me. Notice how they're spaced a bit more sloppily. This may have been done at the time that I realized the sprite atlas will get rid of the unused space for me, so I don't have to spend too much time being super neurotic about that. Okay, now we're looking for a roll, the dodge roll that we have, the KOF roll. I guess R for roll, right? There's run, roll recovery. Interesting. Is it possible he doesn't use the other frame? Or maybe it's a get up frame. I didn't notice that. No. There's a knockdown. That's definitely not that same frame. And nor is that one. I'm not really sure. Looks like it could be here. This frame, is that the same as this frame? I think it is, just upside down. Yeah, see this here? The hair spiked down? Watch, I bet it's the same. Yep. I don't miss. That was it. So this is already taken care of. In fact, this is a duplicate frame of the one from the throw. So we should mark it as such, because we don't want this confusion to happen again. Yep, look at that. It's a perfect match. Okay, so it was 1 pixel difference. I think it was filled in here, but that's alright. The point is, we should be using the other one. And that explains why this was set all alone on its own. Okay. Open. Oh, yeah. Right here. Yes. Up, up, over here. Actually doesn't look any different, but well, we got to make sure, I guess, so that's what it is. Okay, now we've done this one already, I think. Oh, we'll double check. We don't use this animation at all here, and we don't use these. Actually, that's a reused one anyway. I actually use this for the air attacks. It makes a good startup frame for air attacks. And we don't use that one. So the only one left is dash forward. Assuming we already haven't done it. So which I think we already have, right? Well, maybe. Well, maybe not. Well, if we already have, we did dash backwards, that's what it was. So we'll do dash forward. We do use this pose, as I've shown in a different animation. We don't use it as a dashing, but it's good. It was a good in-between pose to transition between running and back to idle. Okay. Looks like all the fraying has been edited out. semi-transparent. And GIF. Okay, we might be done with formatting the files. Oh, that's the other one. Oh, did I close that? I closed that folder. Why'd I do that? Here it is. Okay, we're gonna go to Details View. Make sure it's sorted by type. We're gonna make sure all of them are here. This is how many? 52 items? And we're gonna sort these by type. And we'll do it the other way. 60. So there's something that either we didn't catch. 52 to 60, really. It could be something that we didn't catch. And that could be because maybe not every sheet was in the anchored folder. And that's okay too. So I'm gonna kind of like look through it quick. Okay, these are. We do it this way? Yeah. Oh, it's weird. It's like reversed here. Well, that's okay, I guess. Okay, it diverges pretty quick. Oh, it's fire effects. That's why we didn't do the fire effects, because they didn't need to be edited. That's why. Okay, so if we select all of these and make sure to take out the effects. There's an effect. That's a Hadoken. Effects, 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 effects. That might be it. 53. Alright, did we miss any that are effects that don't need to be counted? Wonder if maybe grab whiff is one that we forgot. Let's see if I'm right. It is surrounded by ground bounce, guard, crush, guard. Ground bounce, ground. Yep. Look at that. Don't fucking miss. That's what it was. How did I know? Ask me how I know. I just knew. Yep, and here it is. Right. We save it. Yep, there was no file there. Come on, double clicky. Was it Control N? No. How do I make a new layer? Shift N? Shift N, okay. Uh-oh. my battery dying in my mouse. It's getting a little weird. Could be time for new batteries. I've been using the same rechargeable batteries for so many years now. I think they're finally getting to the point where they're noticeably losing charge quicker than they used to. Like, it's gotten to the point where it's like I'm really noticing that their charge isn't holding up. But that's amazing that I've gotten that much use out of them. And like, when I mean years, I mean years. I'm talking upwards, probably like 8 years I haven't bought batteries. I bought those rechargeable ones, and yeah, okay, they're like 4 times the price of normal batteries, but I got my use out of them. Okay. Replace. And that's it. That covers all of them. Wait, did I do diagonal Tatsu though too? Air Tatsu. Shit. Did I miss that one? Air Light Punch. Yeah, I think I missed that one too. Shit! Yep, I missed that one. Wait, so does the math not hold up? I thought we counted them. Here they are. Hey, Ice Brain. Yeah, let's crank that one. Good shit. Copy, paste. Let's look at what was actually replaced here. This is a good, it'll actually highlight everything it did replace. You can kind of take a look here and see if anything missing. These are all effects, right? There's an effect. I think that's it. I think we've got every single one of them now. So refresh, and that should be it. We shouldn't notice any tattering. How about that? There. Ken's got his new Christmas digs on. Good. Love that. He's all clean cut now. Oh, not quite. His hair is a bit messy, but at least his clothes are good. Lower that one a little bit. Not that I don't like this song, but Ice Brain got the exception. Oh yeah, what one we didn't look at? Oop, not that. Well, yeah, I guess we didn't really look at that one either. But this super. Yeah, baby. Boom! Yeah, it's looking good. Alright. Alright, last thing I want to do, well, other than save it. Jesus, please save. Remember we had mentioned before the... Oh, here. Project. The stage there, the sky is missing, right? So we need to go to stage. Stages. They're like all open because I was working on the changing all the graphics back over to tight instead of full rec. So that stage is Spain 98? Yeah. Okay, we're gonna drag that over here to the hierarchy, and we can't do that. We gotta make sure they're separate. Okay. Point, there we go. So the issue we had was there's no sky. And let's open up that in here. We gotta find out what the sky color was supposed to be. Did I just not see it? Oh, here. Apparently not. Oh, that's the references, but here's day. Okay. That's our color. Well, yeah, we just need the copy. From there, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to add, or actually here, game object, 2D sprite? No. 3D quad. Okay, and right? Is that what I want to do? Or do I want to make a sprite out of it? Wonder what I did in other cases. I think I made a sprite out of the last one. Here, I'm going to load another stage as a reference point for what exactly I did. The most recent one would be the Korea stage. So what was my brain thinking in the most recent one? Sky. And sky is... it's a sprite. Okay. Remove that one, and we're gonna add a new sprite. Oh, wait, no, not a square. Hold on. 2D object sprites. Oh, they don't give you a thing. Okay, that's fine. Whatever. That's okay. Just gonna call it sky. pixel, and then the color. It's going to be what we copied from the other program. Now it's a sprite's unlit. We're going to make it stage background, and we're going to give it like -100 for the order layer. And the reason for that is quite simply just that we don't care. It's going to be the thing that's in the back completely, right? There's no nothing else is going to be in front of that. So all we're going to do, oh, I guess that wasn't enough, huh? Really? So what's the backgrounds one? Oh, it's on layer default. Well, that's no good. This should be background. But we'll make it like -10. That's an oversight. I should not have done that. Foreground is background 0. Yes. The fountain is, honestly, it should be -1, not 1. It should be behind the foreground. If this were ever move left or right, you want this to be below. Right now it doesn't, but, you know. The reason it's a separate sprite is because it flickers. It's got that flicker pattern. The mirror projection, that's a different thing entirely. The cat. Cat should be on a proper layer. It is. Yeah. And in the sky, it's background -100. It should never move. It should always be behind here. Yeah, hold on, the foreground layer doesn't move, right? So you don't have to move it any farther than this part here. It will get caught by everything in this view range. Yeah. Okay, that should work. I'm gonna save that. Remove and play. Because it's going to load it automatically. So I have to at least disable it. Look at that, we got our sky back, right? Hey. Make sure there's no gaps here. It's looking good. Beautiful. I love it. And now Ken's not a hobo. Alright, let's see what it looks like in other colors. Because I love colors, baby. And on different backgrounds. Oh yeah, it looks good. Look at that. Oh yeah, one thing we didn't try was that. Oh. Yeah, he's gonna get hit out of that one. So that one's gonna be hard to demonstrate. That one gets blown up because that's just it's like a heavy kick. He's got 2 alpha counters. So the Shoryuken obviously is a pretty good one at close range. But it's really hard to show the other one. There it is, without getting hit, because the Shoryuken's gonna blow it up. But yeah, there's the other one. Looks like everything's good. Yeah, his armor attack too is only 1 hit. Ken Shoryuken is good at blowing up one-hitting moves. So if it has like 1 hit of armor, like this one, you're typically going to get hit. So beware about that. Anyway, it looks good. So, yeah, that's it for today. I need to get something actually substantive in my stomach. And maybe get some sleep. After the Mega Man stream destroyed my sleep schedule. Yeah, kind of looks good. I'm happy with that. I think we've done good work here today. Everything's all set. The whole sheet is transferred over. And we had a nice little chat about stuff. So, that's cool. Pog, big win, big dub. We're doing good. I got way more rollback netcode to work on throughout the week. I don't usually work on it on stream because it's a lot of looking at math and mumbling and being mad about stuff. Doesn't make for a good show. But every week I'm working on it behind the scenes. It's just a friggin' mountain of work to make this go. So, last minute bot. Get fucked. There. Gone. Anyway, so let's see. We got the next show is on Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and that will be on the 30th, December 30th. So come on back for that. That's going to be my Metroidvania game. So Tim is usually on with me, and we yell at each other and argue over math, and sometimes do sprites. And we've been doing a lot of sprites lately too. So we're still working on like environmental art, stuff like that. And that's coming along really well. And then on Sunday, we're going to play something. I don't know quite what yet, what I feel in the mood to play, but we'll get there. If you want to make a suggestion, feel free to hit up the Discord. There's the link. And the other link is for Patreon. So if you like what I do here, you want to support... Oh, excuse me, not the burp. Don't support the burp. If you want to support what I do here, my personal efforts in game development, my streaming... all that stuff, that's the place to go. Patreon.com/GameDevScrubs. Yeah. See, the brain's not working. I need some good food. I need brain food, which is different than moving boulder food. But yeah, so it goes for paying for the streaming service to get all this stuff out to multi-platform, the Discord. What do they call them? Nitro boosts, whatever, for the server, all that stuff. Photoshop costs money, the whole thing. It's actually quite a drain, and this really, really helps me offset those costs. Like, for real, like, it's a huge deal. So, I got shout-outs for everybody. Super extra shout-out for Alex Smith and Mugen. Also, thanks to AJ, Angel, Waken Dumper, Bryce Naglinkum, Cameron Lyle, Garen Johnson, Mike Cruz, Sarah Williams, Variant X07360, Alex D, Ben K, D Money 107, LD Walker, Miles Griffin, and Omega Kios. Thank you guys very, very, very much. It helps more than you realize. I gotta click all the things manually now because my little board thing with the buttons broke. So, had to fish for the mouse there. So, anyway, thanks everybody for hanging out. Had a lot of fun today. Hope you guys did too. And I'll see you all Thursday. So have a good one and scrub out.